Saturday, y'all. Happy Saturday. Okay, here we go. And thank you for the populars. Thank you so much. All right, y'all, keep tapping likes on the screen. Like I mentioned, first person can come up without having tapped the likes. The person after that will have to tap the likes. So I hope everyone has, hope everyone wishes the first person is not a troll because they'll mess it up.
Hello.
All right, welcome in. Can you please introduce yourself, name and age?
I'm Jedi Jesus. I'm 40.
Okay. Can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art, and do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain.
Yeah, I believe that AI art is art, and I believe that AI artists are artists. I believe that AI is just another tool in a creative's tool pouch, if you will. I liken it kind of to the creation of techno in the late 90s, early 2000s, as far as music goes. You know, back then, a lot of people were saying that techno wasn't real music and, it was going to destroy music as we know it. And look at where we are now with that. The introduction of technology into music has, yes, changed the face of music, but it hasn't destroyed music. It has expanded music as we know it. So I think that, people into a system. I believe that AI is just a tool that creatives can use to expand the creative experience. And I kind of will, I guess I'll defer the rest of my time.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to give Chicago Chicago John a chance to respond. John, welcome in. How are you doing today?
Thank you.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, I'm glad you're here sharing your opinions. And I agree, just about with everything you said there. It's, a lot of AI is supposed to, it is expanding our ability to be more creative, right? And a lot of people don't see that is because of how they use the tool. They are using it to completely supplement their abilities instead of saying, well, hey, completely replace their abilities instead of saying, how can I use this to enhance the abilities that I already have? That's where the true test, I think, of an artist can be, which is how you can use the things around you, the instruments around you, to express yourself in the way that you want. That's what makes an artist, y'all. Everyone, continue tapping likes on the screen. I really appreciate it. Again, if you want to join the panel, hit the guest request button down below, and you have to follow the instructions, which are to tap the 100 likes to join. 100 likes minimum. 100 likes minimum. If there are multiple people in the queue, I will pull up the person who has the most likes. If you don't want to tap the likes, if you don't want to support the live in that way, your only other option to come up is to gift the live or gift the panelists that we have here. All right, so tapping 100 likes is easy compared to gifting. All right, you guys, you can discuss amongst each other. If you have questions, feel free to ask that of each other. It's stuck in my head, John. I woke up thinking about it. Okay, all right. Turning leaves for AI. That's okay. Well said. All right, Jedi, was that you who? It sounded like I heard another voice try to jump in.
Not me.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go get to the new guests and invite them in the conversation. Thank you, Kay, for sending the heart me. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. All right. And if you do want to come up on the panel while we're talking to the next guest, you guys know what you have to do. You have to tap 100 likes to join the live. No minors, please. We do not consent to talk to minors. If I find out you come up here and are a minor, I'm taking you to court. New person at the top. What is your name and age?
Howdy. I like to go by King when I'm up on here. 24.
Okay, can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art? And do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain starting now.
So with AI, I don't think it's artist more than it is what I would call parody creators, because they do draw a lot of their information to create from other available data. I mean, that's what AI is at the end of the day. Is it's a program trained with a certain data set to create a response based off prompt. Now, I do believe it is a wonderful tool to use. I make music, and I do use certain AI tools to do audio clarity or to help me master a little bit. But I would say when it comes to AI, that is more of a parody tool than it is an actual artist, because an artist is someone that is going to make something new based off of their own creativity and knowledge, versus the AI is pulling off of a database of, okay, I've got Picasso and I've got internet art, and that this guy wants, the Mona Lisa with a Doge head. Now let me put it on there real quick. I do think it's a wonderful tool when it comes to media creation, as in like assistance. Like, say you wanted an idea of like, okay, I'm trying to make a song, but I need a hook. I need, some type of catchy 3 word line. Well, okay, hey ChatGPT, I need a hook for a song. Boom, it pussed out a couple hooks. I see one that's similar to what I like. And then, I tweak it and use that. But at the end of the day, I'm actually creating the song. I'm actually using my own lyrics and my own talent to make that song. It's not the robot doing it. And quite frankly, I don't feel like even if AI did make music, that it would be an original music. It'd just be something put together out of a bunch of other somethings.
All right, your time is up. Okay, so I didn't hear a clear cut yes or no to the response. I think you just kind of went into, divulging into an explanation. So I will ask you to clarify. So just a simple yes or no. Do you believe AI art is art? Yes or no?
No.
Do you believe AI artists are artists? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, panelists, you may respond if you wish.
And I have something to say about it too. I mean, all artists to some degree draw on, you say that it's parody. I mean, artists in the past all draw on their knowledge database, if you will, of other artists to begin with. There's, there's the poker painting with the dog heads. There's Weird Al is a literally, quite literally, a famous musician who made his career on parodying other artists. So this is not new. Other artists, painting artists, visual artists, actually made livings off of mimicking other artists. So this is not something new. And so AI doing the same thing that humans have been doing for millennia is just AI mimicking human creation. So us using that as a tool, the same way we've been using it for practically the entirety of human art, how is that any different?
And also, I want to say that, people, especially whether it's in the comments or, on the live, they keep saying, well, you need to use AI as a tool, as a tool, as a tool, as a tool. in comparison to what? How else will we use AI?
Right.
In what way is it not being used as a tool?
It's no different than a paintbrush. Your imagination is what limits what AI does. Just like your imagination is what limits what the paintbrush puts on the canvas, or what your words put into the song.
Honestly, you guys drive a very compelling point. I didn't look at it that way, so it is nice to have a fresh outlook on it. But I mean, I agree with most of what y'all are saying. But for me, when it comes to art, and granted, everybody has a different outlook on it. Now, there's also the very literal definition of art. But
Do you
when
know
I
what
look
that
at
is?
art, and honestly, I really don't. I'm a mechanic full time. Art music is just more of a passion project for me.
So okay, so can I ask this question? If and I'm just asking out of curiosity, I'm not trying to have a
When I think of art, I think of something that somebody has put their creativity, their love, and their passion into
Thank you,
creating
Uncle
something.
Jimmy, for the heart me. Thank you guys. Thank you so much, Uncle Jimmy. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So when I think of art, I think of something that someone has taken their creativity, their love, and their passion into creating something new. That's my personal definition of art, which granted is probably in not anywhere near the Webster's textbook definition, but that's just kind of my view or definition of it personally.
Well, and
Uh oh, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy, for
here's
the
the issue with that
roses.
definition. There are artists who make prints. There are artists who make sculptures that there are multiple sculptures. So yes, it may be something new, but it's also been reproduced over time. So it's, that's not the greatest representation of. you know um so art
So question for Jedi.
Yes,
Question for Jedi before we go to Kay and bring Kay into the conversation. If humans did not exist at all, would art exist?
I believe so. Yes, I mean, birds singing. I mean, so the technically no, because there would be no humans to come up with the term. If you go philosophically, there would be no humans to come up with the term art. So technically no, but there would still be, creatures around to enjoy the beauty of nature and the music that it provides and the scenery of nature. So in a sense, yes. If you want to go the philosophical route.
All right, hang tight. Okay, let's get Kay in here. Father Trinity, welcome, and a reminder to the panelists. We have two mods who are on the panel, Chicago John and Father Trinity, so they may interject every now and then, so please be mindful of that. Everyone in the comment section, keep tapping the likes on the screen. I really appreciate it. I'm your host, Dr. Jazz, Jazz Berry, or Dr. Berry, however you see fit, out of those three. All right, so I will want to bring up people eventually, but you got to follow the instructions. The instructions are there on the screen in order for you to come up here. All right, let's go to Kay. Please give us your name and age, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kay. I'm 24.
All right. Thank you. I'll give you the prompt. All right. So can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art? And do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain.
I think to an extent, maybe, but I lean more towards no. How I see it is the physical action of creating something, whether that's molding, painting, sculpting, drawing, etc. I see it as if I walk up to an artist and I give them my idea
Hello.
of what I want this art to look like, and they create the art for me. I still am not the artist. I had the inspiration, I gave the creativity, but I physically did not create the art. I also came into an encounter with AI music. I heard a song, I thought it was great, downloaded it, went down a rabbit hole of more songs by this quote unquote person. Um, ended up being the song was written, by people, produced by people. However, it wasn't sang by a person. So I don't want to discredit all the work that goes into creating the song, right? But hearing an actual human voice compared to a computer, even when I listened to it and I didn't know that it was AI at first, I was like, why does it sound digitalized? Why does it sound like auto-tune? Um, Came to realize it was AI, so it kind of made sense. But just basically, I don't want to discredit what it takes to create art, but the actual production of the product, the creativity, etc. That's where I step away. Like I don't think it's technically considered an artist, if that makes sense. But I'll cut short.
All right, thank you so much, panelists. You may actually let's get the new guests in here. Father Trinity, hang tight because I know you probably want to address everything all at once. Hang tight, and quickly do the new guests, and then we'll have a full open panel. You guys can respond to each other. All right, new person at the top, name and age. New person at the top. You came into the live and you were name and age, please.
You fools. What does a clanker make?
All right, guys, we're officially at open panel. You may discuss and freely talk amongst each other.
So I kind of like to make a point towards what Kay said. Yes, and to a degree I can get what she's saying, but artists pay producers, especially in music, massive amounts of money, even still today, for their talent in producing tracks. So there is artistry in that. So it wouldn't be a thing if that weren't the case. So being the creative talent behind telling the system how to work, there's artistry in that. Having the creative ideas in telling the AI how to work, there's absolutely
Can I ask an
artistry in that.
example?
An
If I would
example?
ask an example, yeah, like
Yeah.
a hypothetical instead. My bad. So we're talking about reading, right, and the act of audiobooks. And I said, audiobooks is not considered reading because you're not physically reading the book. You're just listening to someone read you the book. Now, if you're listening to the book, but you're following along with your eyes, okay, that's considered reading. Audiobooks still, you're able to gain knowledge in the same way you would read a book. You're able to process information, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not breaking down. Like, that's why I say I don't want to
Okay.
discredit the creativity
So
that it takes to create the art.
here's
But
where I'll give you
essentially, you're
pushback.
not.
Here's where I'll give you pushback. How about
Hey,
people
wait,
who
wait,
aren't?
wait, everybody, wait. One thing. Although we are an Opal panel, we try to do one mic at a time.
Yeah,
So
right,
I
man.
heard Kay was still kind of talking, and then you
Yeah.
started to interject.
No,
So
he
just
was
let her
good.
land. And then come on. Well, no, it's not about whether or not you're offended. It's literally just how we run the panel.
Right.
One mic at a time.
I
Gotcha.
get that. So
Yes, thank
Can
you,
I
Father
go?
Trinity. And just a reminder, if you guys want to know why, it's because some people do have sensory issues
right.
and had a hard time, and they have a hard time listening to multiple voices at once. And also for closed captioning, we want to
And
make
I do
sure.
understand that.
Okay, perfect.
So, and that's kind of the point I was going to get to. It's especially with the point you made about reading. There are people who don't have the capability to read a book, be it visually, be it by means of other setbacks, dyslexia, for instance, they have trouble actually reading the words on the page. So listening to an audiobook is their form of reading.
Right.
So,
And that's
you know,
why I don't want to discredit, my bad. I thought you were
go
done.
ahead. Go ahead.
That's why I didn't want to discredit the actual the action of it, right? You're still intaking knowledge. You're still able to conceptualize what the book says. You're still able to conceptualize what the art is going to look like. But the physical action of reading, right? It has the I think the definition was scripted, printed, or there's another word like the braille. But it has to be physically texted in order to be considered reading. Audiobooks, putting headphones on and listening to someone read to you, that's not reading, that's just listening, right? You're still obtaining the knowledge, but it's not reading.
Right. So as far as I'll use music for an instance, popular producer Andre 3000 or you know, several others have produced massive musical artists aside from, you know, the music they put out. Jeff Lynne, for an instance, helped produce some Beatles songs that, you know, not a lot of people realize he did. And they were instrumental in those musical works. Yes, the artists that put them out were absolutely a huge part of it, but they were also, the producer was also instrumental in making the music what it was. It was their creative work behind the production. And I just use this because it's, you know, it's the, for me, it's the, you hear the, you know, you hear it over anything. It's the idea behind it being put into action, if you will. It kind of shows that the most. You know, when it comes to paintings, would you take away from the restorers bringing antiques back to life? Would you say they're not artists because just because they're not restoring, they're not the original painters, they're still restoring paintings back to their pristine shape? Because there is
Well, they would
artistry in that.
still be, it would still be artists, right? Because it's still physical art to mess with, to fix, to etc.
Right, but they're only working off of something that someone else created.
Another guess. Yep, absolutely. You were reading my mind. I was just waiting until that exchange died down just a tad bit. All right, let's go to the new person above Father Trinity. What is your name and age?
Hey?
Yeah, no, above
Um,
Father Trinity. You can mute up for me, please, until we introduce you. I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Me?
Yes, what's your name and age?
9.
Doggone it. They're getting younger and younger. My gosh. Well, how long is it before a
Well,
toddler comes
well,
up here?
before you introduce the next one, then let me go ahead and do this. Hello,
Okay.
everyone. We have 33 people watching the live in the chat. This is Dr. Jazzberry's Live, where we talk about tech and its impact on humanity. Today's topic is AI art. Is art AI artists are artists? If you agree or disagree, let us know by tapping at least 100 likes to join the panel. This is a good faith. This is a good faith act that filters the trolls from those who actually want to have discourse. This is not a formal debate space, but we do adhere to certain etiquette. We come up to the panel. When you come up to the panel, put yourself on mute and wait to be introduced before you speak. If there's a previous discussion underway, you may have to wait a minute before you respond. So best practice is to take notes if you don't want to forget the points you want to respond to. We do not consent to speak to minors. I'm going to say it again. We do not consent to speak to minors. One more time for the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. We do not consent to speak to minors. You must be 18 years or older to join the panel. So remember, when you come up, come correct, come with respect, and make sure your logic can't be dissected.
Thank you, Father Trinity. Always a great reminder. I hope everyone in the comments was listening. All right, let's continue this train. I knew by the voice that they were young, but I was like, let me just confirm, let me give them a chance. because I don't want to, be called something and say, well, you didn't accept me because you perceive my voice to be too young. But yeah, 9 was crazy. 9 was absolutely
Hey,
crazy.
Wester.
Okay. Hey, Wester, good to see ya. Oh, Mr. Difficult, I did try changing the settings to prevent anyone from I don't know, there's a settings on TikTok that attempts to prevent 18 people who are less than 18 from coming to your lives. It doesn't work. It
doesn't
doesn't
work.
work. Right, right. John, I don't know if John can attest to that, but at least for me, it did not work at all. Because I think they lie about their age when they get on here anyway. So, All right, new person above Father Trinity. Name and age, please.
Hello. My age is 20, but
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. What's your name?
I gotta say my full name. Like, can I say a nickname?
Just give us a name that we can call you by.
Okay, just
How
Mir.
do you want us to address you?
Just what?
Mir. Just Mir. MIR.
Mir, what year were you born?
2006.
Okay. Can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art? And do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain.
All right. So here it goes. It's kind of confusing because you gotta think about it logically. The artist, like a real artist, spends his free time on his work. AI art, we spend water on their work. So we're spending our resources on AI. So it's us. You understand that? It's still us at the end of the day. Our body is 70% of water. We have all these oceans and we only explore a small percentage of it. So I feel like we shouldn't affect water in our lives. No, I don't think this satire. I think they just give people a voice. It's a radio show. So I came up here and used my voice. But this art is sad art. I know what's going on. I feel bad. I feel bad for the robot. It's working endlessly to the end of time because it's a robot and we don't peep that it got feelings for real. Like if a robot start to feel like a human, they will take over. We seen it in the media because we know how much it hurts to be a human and we're treating them like humans. That's why when you hit a robot, you get a charge for it. The law says that. That's why we need to protect them because they're using them. That's all it is. That's all it is for real. And if you like my opinion, I'm just far from normal 62. And Mir.
All right, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. You can
All right,
leave it
I'm
down.
gonna. Well, I just need to clarify because that was a lot. I'm just gonna ask you 2 quick questions, and can you please respond with a yes or no? Do you believe AI art is art? Yes or no?
No.
Do you believe AI artists are artists? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll try to work with that. Please hang tight. We'll be at open panel very soon. Panelists, I know you have something to say. I know you have questions, but we're gonna speed this along so we can go back to open panel. New person at the top. What is your name and age?
My name is Bobby. I'm 38.
All right. Can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art? And do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain. Starting now.
Technically, I would go ahead and say that AI art is art because technically it would match the definition. But AI artists are not artists because, let's take drawing or something like that, for instance. They haven't spent years in their sketchbooks, hundreds of sketchbooks, hundreds of pencils and materials. They don't know what ambient occlusion is. They don't know what color theory is. They don't know what shape language is. They don't know how to utilize perspective in their works. They don't know how to do any of this stuff. They're just telling a computer what to do, and the computer's doing it for them. So I will consider the art, but the AI artist isn't an artist. They're a person who knows how to tell a machine perfectly what to do. That's all.
Are you conceding your time? Is that your you're going to land your plane there?
I think I'll land it there and just let everybody have a chance to just respond to that. I probably have more points based on what you say, but I mean,
All right.
that,
Well,
that would
thank
be
you.
my main point. Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. I was talking and I was on mute. Okay.
Oh, no,
So
you
thank you. What'd you say, Father?
I said, it's okay. I got you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's do a quick open panel before we go to the two new guests so that the points from the last two guests will not get lost. Only thing I'll say with Bobby, I think it's interesting that you used, you said that, I think you said something of the sort that, AI art can be art by, technical definition, or correct me if I'm wrong if you didn't say that.
He did.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you are not using the technical definition to determine what an artist is. An artist isn't dependent on whether you have hundreds of pencils, whether you know color theory, whether you know ambient, whatever it is you just said. So I think you may want to look at the definition of an artist. If you want to use that as a criteria for determining what art is.
What I
Um,
used that terminology for was to just highlight the fact that when they do stuff, they don't know why they're doing it. They don't know what they're doing. And they're basically letting the computer go through billions of other real artists who made stuff previously who did know these concepts and did know how to implement them into their artwork. And the AI generator takes from those billions of things that real artists actually made, and they make something custom made for the person who's describing what they want, but they don't
that's fine.
know how to
That
do it
doesn't
themselves. And
that
that's just
doesn't
basically
disqualify
somebody
you.
asking for a commission. If somebody asks an artist to draw Batman, the
Would
person who
also
asked
be an
them to draw
artist.
Batman,
Bobby,
that
so this is
person,
where it's getting lost. Go look up the definition of an artist and then bring that to this conversation. Because someone who is commissioning an art piece from someone else would, by definition, technical definition, would also be an artist.
okay, then.
Go look it up. Go look
So
it up.
somebody who asked somebody, hey man, can you draw me a picture of Batman? That person who asked the person to draw Batman because they cannot draw it themselves, they are also an artist because they know how to ask somebody else how to draw Batman for them who did the work. That's your
Yes,
point.
go look up the definition of an artist. I didn't stutter when I said it the first time.
This is why intellectual properties are a thing in the world.
So go ahead. Go ahead, John.
I'm not concerned with intellectual property. Anybody can just go draw Batman. That's not like you're not. I'm not saying that. That's not my point. My point is that I see what you're saying. They're involved. I looked up the definition. They're involved in the creation of it because they have an idea that they want to see, and they're involved in it in the fact that they asked somebody else to do it for them. But then everybody in the earth is an artist.
Yeah, so what?
Yes.
Everyone on
Yes.
earth is a human.
This is true.
Everyone on earth can be something.
So what you're saying is everybody can walk down the street and consider themselves an artist. And I will give it to some people because some people are like hairstylists and stuff like that. I think that's an art, but they also have to go to school for that and or at least practice it and learn how to do it themselves. They can't. Would you consider
If
a
we're going,
hairstylist?
Bobby, so
If
here's the
you're
thing. If we're
considering a
going by the
hairstylist an artist, real quick,
Bobby, hang tight. If we're going by the definition, then it is a very broad definition. Most people would fit in that in what we qualify, something to be an artist by these definitions. If you want to get more specialized than that, we can as well. We can call people professional artists who do this as a career, who do it for profit, who are focusing on specific lanes of artistry. Sure, but what we're saying here in this conversation is, just straight up. We're not adding extra words to the term artist. We're not taking away from it. We're just saying, hey, AI art, if you use AI art platforms and you are interacting with it in a general sense from what we know people to interact with these tools and how they do it, you can be classified as an artist by definition. I think you're trying to take it to, match it up with someone who's been, doing art on a formal level, who went to school to study art, who knows all the things about color theory. You don't need to know color theory to produce art. You don't need to know color theory to be an artist. That's all I'm trying to convey to you.
I hear you, but so would you consider like a hairstylist an artist?
Yes.
So if I go in to get my hair cut, I'm an artist too now, by your argument.
Yes.
If you tell them what to
We're
do
gonna
and
have
don't
to
defer
agree
to
to
their,
disagree.
if you
I,
tell
I
them what to
wanna, I
do,
wanna
By
spade
definition,
me
Bobby.
up. I'm an artist.
Bobby,
That's just
no, Bobby, by definition, again, which you said you looked up. I'm curious to know which dictionary source you looked it up at. Can you remind us?
I
Because we have multiple here in this live. So
well,
tell us
well,
which
and I'm looking at some of the comments, and I heard some of
Bobby, don't look
your
at the
guys.
comments. Bobby,
No,
hold
no, no.
on.
I'm not worried about
Hold
that,
on,
but
Bobby, hold on. You're having a conversation up here with us. Like, can we focus up here?
this is
All
with
right.
you because you guys mentioned this earlier too. I'm not saying that you have to know color theory to be an artist. That wasn't my point.
Why did you bring it up the first
My
time?
point of that is to say that it's just color theory is just you understanding how colors work together. Now, that can just mean that somebody who doesn't, they've never even seen the term color theory in their life, but they know
Bobby.
they like the colors red and blue together. So, no, you don't have to know color theory and all that
But you
stuff.
also mentioned that they didn't, spend all these years and, they didn't spend, all their time working with, or utilizing pencils. I think you brought up pencils as well. You mentioned those things as well. I'm saying those things you mentioned in the beginning, you don't have to do in order to be an artist. It's great to have if you want to become better at doing your art and practicing over time, but to just simply be an artist, you don't need the tools that you use, it doesn't matter. The
So,
amount of tools you use don't matter.
I hear you, and I see what you're saying in that everyone is an artist. That's the point that you guys are trying to convey because I
No, that's what you
no
took out of
because
it.
no
I
because
said,
what you're saying is
Bobby,
that
Bobby,
literally
Bobby,
just
Bobby,
trying to create anything
Bobby,
creative is an art.
Bobby,
You can make a cake, and that's art.
Bobby. I know you hear me calling your name. All right. So what we're saying is AI artists are artists. You want to take it into a different conversation and ask us if we think everyone is an artist. Sure, probably we can have that conversation later on. But we're just saying AI artists, they fit the category to be classified as an artist by definition, which it sounds like you agree to as well.
Absolutely.
All right. So you agree with the prompt then?
I absolutely disagree with it, and I think that it's taking job from real artists.
Doesn't matter.
Kind of does.
For this discussion, it does not matter.
Not a real artist.
It's
So that's what
irrelevant.
I'm saying. Like
It's
artists,
irrelevant. We're talking about
you
the
were
definition.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead,
Bobby,
Father Trinity.
hold on, cut it out. We're talking about the definition of art is and the definition of artist. Whether art is stolen, whether people losing artists are using their jobs, it does not negate them from being artists. It does not negate their artistry. Okay, artists have been using jobs to other artists since we've been doing artistry as commerce and as capitalism. So that particular part is just moot point. And you know what? Before you get back at it with Bobby, because you tried to put it on open panel a second ago, Dr. Berry. I know you did, but
I
then when you
did.
started going back and forth.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
first thing I need y'all to
go ahead.
huh? Oh, the first thing I need y'all to keep tapping that app. There's 47 of y'all in here, almost 50. Come on, let's get Dr. Berry up to above 10K. We're wanting to have this discussion. You like talking to it. Talking is tapping. Tapping is clapping. I'm sorry. Okay, so people are trying to argue that AI art isn't art and the AI artists aren't artists. And at some point, we have to stop arguing about from vibes, use actual definitions. And my buddy Hank would appreciate the fact that I'm using Oxford definition instead of my emotional gatekeeping, right? So Oxford defines art as the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination. Okay. And artist is defined as a person who creates works of art, especially paintings or drawings. Notice, those definitions do not say must use a paintbrush, must avoid technology, must physically render every stroke, must suffer enough to qualify. If a human being is directing composition, refining outputs, choosing aesthetic, building concepts, iterating generations, like editing results and applying creative judgment. That is artistic process by definition. And the reading versus audiobook comparison I heard earlier is not analogous. Listening to an audiobook is passive consumption of a complete work somebody else already made. Using AI is active creation and direction. A better comparison would be digital art versus traditional painting, maybe. But the tool evolved. Creativity did not disappear. And Bobby, the hairdresser analogy is also not analogous. The hairdresser is the artist in that scenario because the hairdresser is the one applying the skill, shaping the result, making the aesthetic decisions. And the customer asking for a fade with layers is not the same as an AI artist actively creating prompts, actively selecting composition, actively training aesthetic, and curating the final image. The AI tool is functioning more like a digital brush, a camera, a editing suite, or even creative software pipeline. But the person
Can I get a little
directing
more
it
off the top?
is still
Private
making
artist out.
decisions.
Bobby, don't interrupt people while they're talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah. Okay. So people said like photography wasn't art. People said that digital art was cheating. People said that sampling was not music. People said CGI ruined filmmaking. Every technological leap is treated like a fraud until the next generation grows up with it. Right? Honestly, the environmental panic about AI too gets exaggerated. Data centers are absolutely use water and electricity, yes, but people online talk like generating one AI image evaporates a lake. The numbers are constantly getting flattened without context, while industries like agriculture, crypto, fashion, meat production, and massive corporations consume vastly larger resources at scale every day. And it's worth asking who benefits from artists fighting each other over tools instead of discussing that corporate worship, instead of discussing labor protection, instead of discussing fair composition and ethical development of technology, because dividing artists against each other is extremely useful for large corporations. Also, Mir, where exactly did you see the information claiming striking a robot is illegal? Because people keep repeating that online. Like, you repeated that. Like, you cannot hit a
Right.
robot. Like, where was that at? Give
Thank you
me the
for
sources.
bringing us back to that one because I did want to go back to. I was like, what law says you can't hit a robot unless it's like a police spot and they consider that I guess harming their devices, their property, right? So y'all just be making up
And
stuff.
and as a mod, oh, Bobby left. Oh, he jumped ship. He jumped
He
ship because
did. He did.
because we wouldn't let us, we wouldn't let you interrupt people. You jump ship because you had to listen to other people's opinions. Like, that's sad. That is so sad and cowardly. Like, people who are not willing to listen to other people's point of view. If you're gonna hop up on this panel and then jump the first time you get opposition, or jump the first time you hear someone else making points that you cannot refute, then you may not want to bring your little butt up here, because I'm putting belt to ass today.
I know that's right. All right. Thank you, Father Trinity. Let's get the two new guests in, and then we'll
Can I
officially
make a
go back to
point?
open.
Can I make
I'm
a
sorry.
point to the? Can I make a point to the water consumption thing? Because this is something that always bothers me when people bring that up. Where do they think
Okay,
that
go ahead.
water
Make it
vapor?
quick.
Where do they think that water vapor goes? It goes back into the system that is Earth and rain, and we get it back. It's not like it just evaporates and disappears. So like, it's a moot point. The water comes back into the system. Like no matter can be lost. It just transforms. So it's a moot point.
All right.
Like
Thank you,
the
Jedi.
water isn't completely unusable. That is correct. And also rated mature. It's really interesting because I keep getting my intelligence brought into question. And Dr. Berry, I don't know why
By
that is.
who?
Yeah, people. No, like rated maturity. Mature is calling me pretentious. Every time I speak and pontificate on a lot of these panels, I keep telling people saying, "Oh, you're pretentious," or "You're trying to flaunt your intelligence." Why is my intelligence brought into question here?
That's how
How am
they're
I
perceiving
pretentious by
it. They're
simply
perceiving it
expressing
as you flaunting, and I'm like,
I
I'm
know
getting.
exactly why. And I know exactly
We
why. They
know.
hear my voice and they see my profile picture and they're like, "Oh, he doesn't get to speak that way. He doesn't get to pontificate his thoughts in that manner. How dare he?" Yeah, think about that. Check yourself. Okay, I'm sorry. Dr. Amy, back to
Absolutely.
you.
Oh my They expect us to talk in a certain tone that appeases them. All right,
And
so
I like to call that smart shaming, if you will, because it's something I've dealt with in my life. Is stop making me feel less than because you're intelligent. It's the same as the opposite direction. It's not cool.
All right, so there are new people who are trying to come up. Again, if you want to come up, please tap 100 likes. The instructions are there on the screen. If you are in the guest request and wondering why you're not on the panel yet, it's probably because you have not followed instructions. Please tap the 100 likes to join. Okay, new person, Bags. What is your name and age?
Hey, you can call me Bags. I'm 53.
Okay, I'm going to give you the prompt. Do you believe AI art can be considered art? And do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain, starting now.
Absolutely and absolutely. An artist is somebody who takes their concepts and emotions and tries to convey them to the public for everyone else to see and or understand their point of view. Commercially, an artist is someone who takes their concepts and their imaginations and puts them in the form of the requester's desires for whatever use they would want to use them for, advertisement or promotion. The ability to conceptualize and use your imagination with a pen, a paintbrush, or even AI is the same steam that an artist would use in on all of those formats. I still am putting my imagination out. I'm still using my concepts and using my emotion to create an image. Now, I can even use AI to improve my technique for my manual art, and all of that whole process can be considered a whole collection. Actually, if I say type in, let's do a study on chiaroscuro, I'm still the artist who made that decision to do a study on chiaroscuro using a different tool. Instead of using a pen, I'm using AI. So yes, both are absolutely true.
Thank you, Bags. I really appreciate it. Okay, Breaker, you can go ahead and chime in, and then after you, we'll get to the new guest at the top, and then we'll do open panel again.
Hi, Dr. Tess. Hi, everyone on the panel. Good morning, everyone. I also want to say in the comments, guys, please be respectful towards one another. I know we do have disagreements about this topic, but please don't insult the guests on the panel, or you will be immediately blocked. No mess. Absolutely no mess today. Also, when you get on the panel, please be respectful and passionate. There's no need to be disrespectful or call anybody out of their names. With that being said, AI art is art. AI artists are artists. I most definitely agree. And for those who say that, hey, AI artists aren't artists, they've never really, sat there and worked with the AI prompt or turned an AI image into a career or anything like that. Because just for me to create 1 50-second video, it takes me over 100 generations with Grok until I've perfected it, and even then I have to go back on CapCut and edit it there. So you still have to do some editing and whatnot to make it all look good. It's not gonna be perfect every time. Also, you do not have to worry about being replaced, because even when I do AI music, I still have to go to a producer, have them, make it sound different, add beats and whatnot. whatnot, just to make sure there's no static there, because if you notice, whenever you do make AI music, there's a little bit of static noise, and my producer would have to kind of kill that static noise to make it sound more, I wouldn't know how to say this in producer terms, but better. But with that being said, yes, I do believe that AI art is art and AI artists are artists. Simply because we still use our imagination, and when you still have to use your ideas, and that is part of the art process. Without the human brain, AI would be nothing at all, because it bounces off of our ideas, and without our ideas, AI wouldn't exist in the first place.
All right, thank you so much, Breaker. We're going to go ahead and move this train along, get the other two new guests in, and I know you guys want to hear what they have to say, and I know you guys have responses. Reminder for the people who are in the guest request, instructions to join are on the screen. All right, so new person above Breaker, what is your name and age?
My name is Dylan. I'm 25.
All right, can you respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art, and do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock.
Okay, I do believe that I don't think AI art is necessarily art. However, I do believe that AI artists can be artists, and I do believe they are, simply for the fact that, yes, I do believe they are using their imagination, and they're using their creative process. And I have messed around with many AI tools, and you do have to work with it like a lot. Like, you have to do a lot of editing, and I've used AI applications to kind of bridge the gap in certain aspects where I fall short, but I don't use it in my art. I take my art and I ask it to kind of make the clothes better and stuff like that, particularly because I'm not too good at making the clothes good. And I kind of see that, and I can say that that's helped me, but I don't think I'd be here without having gone through the experience of like growing up, and I never really was all that good at art. I don't think I was good at art until probably about a year ago, but I've always drawn. Not that that really matters. I don't think there is a good or bad at art necessarily, but this is just self-reflection on my part. And if I had grown up with AI, I don't believe that I'd be anywhere near as, again, self-reflection, but anywhere near as good as I am currently. But as was said before, as a digital artist myself, I do catch flack just for being digital and not being traditional. And I understand that new art techniques, or not new art techniques, but new tech coming along does make a difference. And I think ultimately we'll see it for the good. But as it stands now, I don't think AI art can be considered art, but rather that, yeah, people who are using their imagination are artists always. I do believe that.
All right, thank you so much, Dylan. All right, hang tight. We're going to go to the new guest at the top, and then we'll go back to open panel. Person at the top, what is your name and age?
Hello, my name is Roxy, and I'm 21 years old.
What year were you born?
Excuse me?
What year were you born? Got him. Got him. Oh, reminder for people who are in the comments, you can boot someone off the panel, a guest on the panel if you want to. If you think they're not making any points, or if you want to take their spot, you can boot them with a donut. If you want to boot a moderator, that's going to be a money gun, and you got to give that money gun to the moderator. Okay, so yeah, we got them up out of here. Y'all trying it this morning.
Yeah, we've already said it. We already said, do I need to say it again?
We don't
Do not consent to
speak
talk
it
to
with
minors
minors.
at all, y'all. If you're a
Yeah.
minor, stay in the chat, please.
Should I do another mod break, Dr. Berry? I asked Dr. Berry. You're not Dr. Berry, John.
Oh, what'd you say, Father's your name?
I asked that you want me to do another mod break.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. We have 37 viewers in the chat. This is Dr. Jazz Berry's Live, where we talk about tech and its impact on humanity. The topic today is AI art. Is art AI artists are artists? And if you agree or disagree, let us know by tapping at least 100 likes on the panel to join. This is a show of good faith that filters out the trolls from those who actually want to have discourse. This is not a formal debate space, but we do adhere to certain etiquette. When you come up to the panel, put yourself on mute and wait to be introduced before you speak. If there is a previous discussion underway, you may have to wait a while to respond. So best practice is to take notes so you don't forget the points you want to respond to. We do not consent to speak to minors, so if you must be 18 years or older to join the panel. So remember, when you come up, come correct, come with respect, and make sure your logic can't be dissected.
Thank you, Father Trinity. All right, open panel, you guys. And for the new people who are trying to come up, you know what you have to do. Instructions are there on the screen, but let's go ahead and have the conversation.
Thank you, John. Oh, wait. Was that a thank you? Was that a good thing, John? Or are you trying to job me?
What?
Okay, I'm sorry, John.
Wait, what did you?
I'm sorry, John. John making a case for me. He told me not to get no attitude with him no more. So he gave me 400 and said, hey, 500 more, you out of here. Don't talk to me smart.
Missed it. What kind of gift was that? That 400?
It was the big thing with the heart hands, when the hands show up on the screen and the heart goes.
Oh, okay. I missed it.
It filled the whole screen. It was very pretty.
Oh my gosh. Oh, well, I'll go back and look at the replay. All right. I see some people who are in a guest request. You guys are not doing what you need to do to tap to join the panel. Do that, and then you can get brought up.
And while we're waiting on that, and before you bring the next guest in, I just saw in the comments, Grace B411, you're not struggling to get your art out there because AI art exists. You're struggling to get their art out there because you have not yet learned how to create value around your artistry and your art. That is how you sell. It does not matter how brilliant you are of an artist or how amazing your paintings or whatever medium you use is. If you can't create value around that, if you can't show the world that what your voice and your perspective is matters and that they should invest in it, that is where you're going to fall short. So rather than focusing on AI and saying, I can't get out there because people are making AI, figure out how to create value around your unique perspective that no one can take from you, no computer, no one else, and stop defining yourself by what other people can't do. Okay, I'm done.
Amen. Amen. All right. We do have a new late entry guest up here. New person at the top. What is your name and age?
Oh, Irene, 19,
Year were you born?
2006.
Okay. All right. Let's get the conversation going. Can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art? And do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock.
I don't believe AI art is art because I know with the whole thing it being about expressing your imagination, your creativity, your emotion through a more different tool. But to me, I have friends who do use AI art and I don't use it personally, but I just feel like it doesn't express it perfectly or like well enough. Like it's not a reliable tool like others like to use it. So it doesn't fully like express the like full emotions that you're truly feeling. Because when I see art, I don't feel those emotions that it's trying to give me, that it's trying to make me feel. I don't truly feel it the way when someone makes it with their hands, with their intention, just constantly keep trying again, trying to do the same sketch, trying to fix a pose, just like, things like that. And our AI artists are artists. Well, I guess with your argument, I don't want to continue on this for too long, but I'll just say they can be considered artists in a way. Yeah, I I only have a few seconds left. I don't want to waste anyone's time, but that's all I got for now.
All right, not new person. All right, thank you. All right, you guys, you heard what the new guests have had to say, so you may respond. I know you guys are probably eager to say something, so have at it.
So I would say to that, humans have been struggling to express their emotions for the entirety of humanity, even through art. Yes, we do our best to do so, but it's all an interpretation. Even still to this day, 100 people can view a painting or hear a song or read a poem and get completely different takeaways from it. That is one of the takeaways of humanity. So how does AI art differ in that sense? You put your emotions into the prompts and AI translates that. That is the big stitch there. So how well you, the artist in the situation, dictate your emotions into the prompt, then translates how well AI gets those emotions across. Just like how well you as an artist put it into a canvas or a song or a poem, same difference. And I think that's kind of where people have trouble with the distinction between AI art and AI artists. And I wanted to make a point on that, Bobby earlier. He said, as soon as intellectual properties were brought up, he, kind of ran away from that. Intellectual properties cover ideas. And that right there shows that artistry starts at the idea. And that's about all I have to say on it so far. Eileen.
I mean, I never did make that previous argument where you said that they make it perfectly. I never
You
said
did. I
that.
heard that.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you say it too.
Oh, I didn't mean it to come out that way, and I don't actually remember ever saying that AI art comes out perfectly on the first prompt, because I know it doesn't, because my friends have sent me the yeah.
And I believe what he's referring to is when you said an artist, when they're using their hands to sculpt clay or so on and so forth, you said they actually do get their emotions into the art, which I think is a kind of a false equivalent, because it's impossible to display all of the emotions that you want. And any artist does truly know it's impossible to display all of the emotions you want in your work. It's
Yeah.
difficult to translate them.
I agree, but like I meant in a sort of way, I don't mean to offend. This is just like my personal feeling. I just feel like it doesn't feel authentic to me. That's
It doesn't have
it,
to
it
be.
isn't.
It doesn't have to in order for something to be considered art.
I guess.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't have to be a guess. No, don't you agree with that? I'm pretty sure there are some art forms that you do that wouldn't feel authentic to me. Should I just completely disregard your art form?
Well, no, because I made it with my hands and with intention, and I took like
If I
3
didn't
to
have
10
hands.
hours, and I took days to make them.
So again, right, all those things you're mentioning do not determine whether something is art or not. So what if I didn't have hands?
I know artists that can paint with their feet, and it sounds ridiculous, but it's true.
Okay, what if I didn't have feet?
You can use your mouth, but I mean, if you became a complete vegetable, then I guess, but I don't see what the point would be to use AI. I feel like you would want to do other
Do you
things.
know that what the line of thinking that you're going down right now is very much ableist?
No, I feel like it's a little ableist to assume that they
Yes.
can't do things for,
No,
you know,
no,
their
yes. No,
themselves.
no, no. I got to stop you. I'm sorry. I got to stop you. It's 100% ableist to tell someone else what they do, what they have to do with their body in order to participate in something, in order for you to see value in them is ableist. You're telling someone who does not have the same capacity to operate in the world that you do, someone who's already excluded from a lot of things that most people take for granted, and now they have the means to participate in a space and to create and to express themselves in ways that they never were before because they did not have the capacity to do it the traditional way. And you're telling them, do use your feet, baby. Use your mouth. Stick the brush in your asshole if you have to. That's ableist.
She was
It's
about to say that
ableist
next too.
because
I didn't mean it to sound that way. It's because I'm more
no,
That's
no,
where
no,
it's
speaking
no.
on.
going.
You didn't
I
mean it to
know.
sound
I
that way,
apologize.
but you did. But it does. No, no, you don't have to apologize to me. I just want you to be aware of your line of
No,
thinking because I know
yes.
I can hear it. I can hear in your heart. I can hear by your voice that you have a good heart and you care. You're passionate about art. You care about artists. I can tell that already. You don't have to say it, right? And so, but I know that the rhetoric that you're talking about, is coming from a place of just a world that we haven't had these tools before, and now we have these tools and people are arguing about them, and especially a lot of your friends that are traditional artists. But what you have to let yourself know, and all these other your friends know too, is that some people can't do it that way, and even if they could, sometimes they just don't want to, and that is okay, right? That's okay. AI art in itself does not have to be can be lazy and still be art, because also people in the comments are saying, oh, it's lazy. But I'm going to go ahead and implement the Hank Zack fallacy and ask you guys to quantify for me how much effort does it take before the art becomes art, because y'all say
Hank
that it
Zack
requires effort.
fallacy.
Oh, there's not enough effort. So how much effort does it take before it comes art? Quantify it for me. I need numbers. I need metrics. How long do I need to spend? How much suffering needs to go in it? Can you point to the Mona Lisa and show me where the soul is? AI isn't preventing you from selling. Your lack of ability to create value around your art does. You know, if people want art from you, they want art from you. And this medium has allowed those who don't have the capacity to do traditional art to be able to finally express themselves. So we have to keep that in mind when we're calling people's art lazy, when we're jumping into common people's social media and telling them that their creations don't matter or don't count. You don't know who they are. You don't know what it took for them to do that. And you don't know why these tools are beneficial to them. So like you're not nothing is being taken away from traditional artists, y'all. Nothing is being taken
Um,
away from you.
And
other
and
other
I and Iring, I would so you talked about paintbrushes and clay sculpting and all of that. Imagine this. You said your friends use AI as a tool. Think of it as a tool. Think of it as an extension of the paintbrush for a digital artist. You know what I mean? That's
Okay.
all it is. It's another tool in a creative's tool pouch. And you have to practice at it just like anything else. One of my favorite things to do with AI is some of the silly videos you get in AI videography as outtakes. You can sit and laugh for hours if you don't put a good prompt in. So, there's definitely artistry in it.
I suppose, but I will say with my previous argument, I didn't mean to sound ableist. I was just, it did come out that way, and I do apologize. I'm very aware. I was just making examples of other disabled artists that I've seen out online actually using other parts and refusing to use AI
That's
and
great for
rather
them.
grow them more human. And yeah, that's what I
So
was saying. I
Irene,
was more liberating to them.
so
Yes.
people say that, but it sounded like you were saying that as if others should, go along with that path and, disregard AI and use just a different body part that they have. I mean, there would be no other reason for you to bring that up because we understand, like, we're all humans. We're all going to do art in a different way. The way if I play the piano, the way I do it may be a little bit different from the next person, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Something I've always wondered about this argument, particularly from people who are pro AI art, is the struggle. This is a requirement on my part. It's more of a feeling, not necessarily a definition. If we're going just based on definition, you guys win the argument for sure. But just based on my feelings on it, is some sort of a struggle in the art, in the process. Is that being a requirement a bad thing?
No,
What
but
happened?
it's
What was the
not
question? I'm
saying
sorry.
that it's not existent either. Because AI is y'all act like AI is. I'm sorry. First of all, my name is Dodgy. I'm
Hold on 1 second,
36.
guys.
Hold on. Wait.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on, guys.
Guys, I gotta take a call. Can you guys take over and handle things for just a few minutes?
Yeah, I responded to you in the chat. I said I got you.
You did? Oh, I didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right.
No problem. Got you. All right. So,
Wait.
Afro Howie music.
For Dari.
God Infinity, I wanted to just say something really quick, guys. Make sure you're tapping the stream.
I just wanted to introduce.
Make sure you're tapping the stream, guys. We're almost 5K away from 20,000 likes. Tap and hold on the screen and share the live out. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, what is Afro? How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 35. I'll be 36 next week. And I'm pro AI. So
okay, so AI, so is AI art and the AI artist? You have 2 minutes on the clock to speak your briefs uninterrupted and go.
Yeah, so I definitely think that AI art is art and AI artists are indeed artists because AI isn't just as simple as people would like to think. I would advise a lot of people who are against it to actually try to make real art with AI and see how easy it is. There is a learning curve. There is time and effort into the ones who actually consider themselves artists and using it as a tool, just like any traditional artist or any digital artist that is out there. It's not just click a button and generate something. Yeah, you could do that, but in the same respect, anyone can pick up a paintbrush and put something on a canvas and call it art, but it's all subjective. But at the same time, as an artist, I think we can all agree that there is time and effort put into something, to learning a technique. And AI definitely has its own language and technique that you have to learn and put time into it to actually make it something worth listening to make it what y'all would consider art. But y'all just have to actually take the time and try for yourself so you can stop being ignorant of the fact that there's a whole learning thing that you have to do. It's not just a push and push a button and generate. The people who are putting out and consider themselves AI artists are really putting in the time and honing in and crafting. Like I do music. Before I put a song out, there's thousands of generations, there's thousands of prompts that I've edited and I've had to learn. I've been doing it since December and I'm still learning. It's a process and it's not just a one click end all be all. It's different tools for different things, just like you have your different instruments, your different types of pencils and canvases. It's all the same. Just because it's digital doesn't make it any less doesn't take away from the artistry. And AI is not autonomous. It can't produce. It's not just walking around saying, "Here, I generated this art for you."
Sorry to interrupt. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but your time is up. The 2 minutes are up. But yes, I do agree with a lot of things that you said. And to point out a couple of highlights, one thing that I noticed is that art is not a monolith. Artists are not a monolith. There are some artists, that use these tools, just like John said, that are so good at prompting and getting out in their head, communicating what their vision is, that they can pop out the first try what they exactly what they want. Then you have some artists that are a little bit more methodical in their process, that want to try things, to process, do different ideas. And these tools don't prevent you from doing that. That's still a part of the process. also mentioned that there are artists that use these tools in chorus with other tools, with other tools that you all probably would consider to be traditional. So yes, that is a wonderful and excellent point. And then that's also the point that that it does not have to be. Okay, so here's the thing: good art or bad art is not in discussion here. Whether you like the style or don't is not in discussion here. What's in discussion is the definitions of these words, and do the people that use these tools fit that definition? We're not talking about your feelings. We're not talking about your misguided understanding of how much water is used by these tools. We're talking about the definitions of these words and do they fit? And so far, no one has been able to give a sound explanation as to why it does not fit this definition. All right, so let's see. Has everybody spoken on the channel? Did we get to Dylan? Did Dylan speak?
Yes, I did.
You did. Okay, cool.
Do have a
Okay. All right, Dylan, you had a question. John said.
yes, I had a question earlier, but now that I'm thinking about it, it's more of like a personal feelings type question. But I would rather ask you what the accepted definition for art is, because I feel like I may have an argument.
Jeez. You would ask me that after I done got up and moved away from my stuff. I just gave it to the definition earlier from out of the Oxford Dictionary. Now I gotta walk back over here to my computer. Hold on. Because I was in the middle of trying to do something. Okay. All right. Let's see where we are. So art is defined as the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination. Again, art is defined as the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination.
So, I think my only argument really, and I do hear that you're kind of pronunciating it. So I wonder where what the creative skill is, that the skill of being creative, or is being creative away from the skill, is like the skill. I hope I'm getting this across correct.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but oh my God, now people are banging at the door. What the fuck?
It can be either. So creative skill can be mental creativity. It can be physical creativity. It can be, acting can be a creative skill. If you really come down to it, there is performative art.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to cross hairs because I think I sound mostly agreeable, but the one thing that the thorn in my side when it comes to AI art is that I personally can't see the skill involved. I can see the creativity and the imagination, but I can't necessarily see the skill.
The skill is in the prompting and knowing how to use the tool, because
Your
it's not just
imagination is a skill.
Right.
learning how to use it.
I will say a lot of
I would.
people.
Hold on, wait, y'all. I wouldn't argue that imagination itself is a skill. It's more of an inherent property within people that is different, of course. But the skill comes in when it comes to. Okay, well, how about this? How about this? Let me go ahead and look up the definition of skill, shall we? Because that's where we roll around here. Okay, so skill.
All right, y'all. I'm back. I'm gonna change the background because apparently no one can see it. So, but I'm listening. You guys can continue talking.
Well, you were just on the phone, so that's why the thing was.
But I have a question.
Wait, John said he can't see it now, right?
It's plain
I can't see it
black.
either.
It's just a plain black screen. There's nothing
Yeah,
other
it's
than
black
what
right now.
Andrew likes to enjoy.
Okay, let me fix that.
I have a
But go
question.
ahead.
Okay, so found the definition of skill while Dr. Berry is working on that. Skill is a learned ability to execute a specific task with consistent, successful results. So let's talk about that.
And to that
Question.
So
point,
what?
to
Yeah.
that point,
Okay. Go ahead.
creativity and imagination are actually learned traits. This has actually been proven through studies. We lose our creativity if we don't foster it. So it's one of those things to where, in my opinion, creativity and imagination are actually a skill that we pick up as we keep alive as we age.
Like a
You
And
muscle.
know,
I'm not gonna, and I actually won't dispute you on that. The only reason I am kind of giving pushback on the emotion, on the imagination part, is because it's a little bit too abstract. And when we start getting abstract, that's when they start to their arguments start to fester.
and I will say this to that to help to translate it. It's the translation of your imagination or creativity into whatever form that is the skill. So being able to relay the idea into whatever form, that's the skill. Be it AI prompting or painting or through poetry, music, photography, that is the skill.
Well, I personally do think that the reading out the definition of skill has kind of strengthened my resolve and my stance, particularly because of the consistent result part, where as we stand now with most AI tools, I don't think, I mean, unless you're really good at prompting, I'm not really good at prompting, so I don't get consistent results.
Wait. Oh,
That's a
hold up. I'm
skill.
gonna stop you right there. If you're really good at prompting, so what is prompting? A
A
what?
skill.
Skill.
It's a
Come
developed
on,
skill.
somebody. Come on, church. I don't think they heard me. Yes, so
Man.
prompting is a skill. And you just illustrated and strengthened my point that if you're really good at prompting, if you're really good at that skill, you can get what? Consistent results. Mic drop, belt to ass. Okay,
I can concede to that, but I will also say that I don't like to gloat. I don't like to do. I write as well. I say that I'm not good at prompting. However, to the outsider, I probably would be good at prompting, but I don't get consistent results. It's probably because I'm too ambitious with what I give the AI. I don't think he can keep up with me personally.
yeah, and it's sort of a level of skill in order to understand the skill and to understand the tools you're using, and to understand their limitations and exactly what you can do within those spaces. But we've got a regular Phantom is here, and he's like somebody that's normally on the panel, but we're full right now. But if anybody wants to give him a space, let me know.
Y'all
Absolutely,
know
I
what y'all gotta
can.
do to
I'll
boot a
drop
guest?
down.
It's a donut. Oh, somebody
I
dropped.
can.
I'll drop.
I can leave currently. I've had a good morning with y'all, and I've had a good conversation.
Oh no,
So
we got the space. Somebody else dropped, so you're good.
okay, sure.
Isn't the imagination a skill that is developed just like a muscle within itself? I mean, I've been doing art basically all my life, and I didn't what I can conceptualize right now, I couldn't conceptualize when I was, say, 9 years old. It's the ability to conceptualize and get your point across. I mean, Father Trinity, I'm sure you didn't talk as intelligently as you do when you were 8 as you do right now. But your skill in learning how to conceptualize your words and to be able to convey yourself and to pontificate, as I hear you said a couple of times, what is something that you worked on, is something that you developed. And in that sense, within itself, your ability to convey your words is an art form. So why isn't the ability to use AI as a tool to develop your own technique, or a tool to develop your own ability to conceptualize, not considered art? I don't get that from some people, and I get I went to school and I put my nose to the grindstone, and all of that. So people who didn't do that may not have the right to say that they're artists or whatever, or to say that their work is not art. But that's venturing on being an elitist, I kind of think.
And to add to that, there were artists who were never classically trained. To point one out, Grandma Moses never had any classical training, and a lot of people knew who that is. So, it's one of those things that art can come from anyone. That's kind of the definition.
All right. Okay, yeah, there's 26 people on the live. I keep tapping that app. We've not even got to 20K yet. You can do it. Go ahead, tap the robot on his face, and you can go ahead and make sure to get us up to 20K likes so we can spread this live. Make sure you share as well. All right, we've got Phantom that has joined in. Phantom, how are you today?
It is 6:30 in the morning. It is too early for ops. Do y'all roll out of bed going, "Oh, AI artists, it's garbage"? What is this? What? This too really?
Yeah, I personally do get a lot of nutrition from devouring them, Phantom. So yeah, like this is is a meal. And they've not been coming around. They mostly stay in the comments like a bunch of baby back bitches. So I commend everyone up here who is in opposition that has come up to have this discussion with us. And you all have been delightful. I have to thank y'all for that.
So, Phantom, welcome in. Good to see you. And shout out to the mods for holding it down. I know I've been in and out. I may even step away again for another call, but thank you guys for taking over. But yeah, go ahead, Phantom, chime in.
Man, I'm a fly on the wall. I ain't even woke up and had coffee yet. But it's always good to see the crew get together and have these discussions, even if it is 6 a.m. And correct me if I'm wrong, I have been listening for a minute. Did we sway one of the ops? Did one of them kind of concede and was like, yeah, I guess
Was that
so?
Irene?
Well, yeah,
Or somebody
Irene
else?
seemed to be Irene seemed to be receptive to some ideas, and I think that Dylan was sort of like was kind of going back and forth with us, but I think he's starting to kind of understand and making some concessions to the logic. But yeah, we lose somebody who left.
Bags.
Oh, Bags left. Oh, gotta start my day. Okay, thanks, Bags. Thanks for coming. You can come back anytime.
Irene, let us know where you are now with all the information that you've heard. Because I think currently, was Dylan an op? Because I think
Yes.
He disagrees, and I disagree, and I also do have a question.
Well, can you answer my question first? So you had disagreed first. Do you still disagree with all the information that was shared with you?
I will say that I sympathize, if that makes sense. I understand.
Okay, so my question is whether you agree or disagree with the prompt.
I still disagree, but I just have a question.
On the base, okay. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm just trying to understand. So, with all the information that you were that was shared with you, on what basis are you disagreeing?
On just the first question of AI art being art.
And what was the reason why you don't think it's art?
I'm just trying not to say anything that make y'all blow up, because I do have like major PTSD with these certain things, and everyone badgering me or people yelling at me. I don't.
Has anyone yelled at you today?
Some certain tones, but like everything's been chilled. I've been good so far. Everyone's been polite to me, I will say, and I
So just because someone, I know you want to hyper focus on tones when someone disagrees with you, but I would like to think that we have all been respectful to you. Everyone has been able to address your points. Like to my knowledge, there hasn't been any personal attacks. We tried to address the ableism piece. We are having a cordial conversation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah.
But no, I
Ma'am,
really do want to
I'm the
hear what you.
meanest one here. Like I'm the one. I be looking to go off on people, and
I don't know,
that's just
Phantom.
not
It
the
depends on
vibe
the
I
day.
get from the rest of the panel here. It's
The
just
Trinity
I'm
could come up
listening
too.
to you talk, ma'am, and you're just like, yeah, I'm seeing all your points, but it seems like, at least to me, you're having a very, very hard time saying you all are making really good points, but have you
It
considered my feelings?
no, it's not that. I just it feels wrong when someone, I don't like to bring other people's opinions down and other people's like ideas and how they feel very passionate about them. I don't like doing that. It's just
Oh no, no.
yeah.
Here's the thing: we're not emotionally invested in this topic like that. Like
Hmm.
we all get off these lives, we go on about our days, and it's we might talk about it later if something interesting happens. But no, like we want to know your perspective. That's why we're having these discussions,
Mm,
and to try to get into the idea of like why people seem to be so adverse to this tool. So we're not going to jump on you. We're not. Your opinion isn't something we're going to bash, and your ideas aren't bashing ours. You're just stress testing our stance. You're
yeah.
giving a stance, say this is what I believe, and we're going to ask you about it. We're going to explore it. We're going to see, okay, well, can we see where this is coming from, and vice versa. It's not about hostility. It's not about
Yeah.
us trying to like
Okay.
own you necessarily. And I know my tone is a lot, but I'm just I'm also mostly just trying to be entertaining. But no, Iran, we want to hear what you have to say. Trust me, we won't jump you. I promise.
So I agree with what Father said, here, right? These conversations, to me, AI art being art and AI artists being artists are obvious. To other people, it is not. And I'm curious to learn why it is not obvious to everyone else. And if it isn't obvious to everyone else, maybe they have solid reasons why that is. I haven't found a single solid reason to date. And we've been doing this. This will be going on over probably close to a year, back in, if we get to September, doing this topic. So I haven't heard a solid reason on why it should not be considered art and why AI artists should not be considered artists. Only thing I've heard consistently across the board is that, or one of the things I've heard consistently across the board is that I don't feel it should be art because of how I feel art should be. And to me, that's not a justifiable reason to denounce this as art.
Hmm. I get that.
That's why I asked you, on what basis are you still disagreeing with the prompt? Because you still have a stance that you disagree.
I disagree on the one of the definitions of like, like art, if like the thing with like skill, and that was a part of my question of like how prompt takes skill, because
Did
I
you come out the
don't truly
womb? Did you come
understand
out of
that.
your mother's womb knowing how to prompt?
Well, no, of course not.
Did you come out of your mother's womb knowing how to speak English in the way that you're speaking it today?
Well, no, of course not.
Did you come out your mother's womb knowing how to type and text?
Of course not.
Those were abilities you acquired over time, right?
Uh-huh.
You had to either learn that on your own, do some self-taught instruction, or someone else taught you how to do that, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
how is that, something that you're able to learn and use your abilities to do? How does that not a skill by definition? If a skill is, and I don't know what definition Father gave, but I'll just use, I think the one that came up for me was as one's ability to do something well. Typing and your ability to, that's an ability, you're doing something, you're typing, and you can do it well. How is that not a skill?
I guess I would consider that a skill, but so now you type something and then it gives you the image. So that's how it works, right?
Well, it depends on what you're doing because sometimes you can be making an image, sometimes you can be making a video, sometimes you can be making music, but you put in the input to whatever tool you have. Some of them have different applications, some of them have different levels of like prompting. Like if you have the advanced level of ChatGPT, if you're asking for you'll say, I want a picture of a dragon. It's going to ask you, what type of dragon? You want a Chinese dragon? You want a Middle Eastern dragon? Do you want this dragon? Okay, I want this dragon. Well, what type color will that dragon be? You want this dragon to be this color, that color? It's going to go into like literally into detail to get to exactly what your vision is if you set it up that way, right? So yeah.
Oh, it's like it fully describe you fully describe the thing into the prompt with
Also,
like full details.
Yeah, you
right.
can.
Also,
Exactly. Yeah.
as to where if you're doing like video edit, video AI, you actually have to type in sentences
Right.
in most cases
You
that
fully describe the
describe
thing
what scene
into
you
the
want it to
prompt.
play. So it kind of it's a bit different depending on what you're describing. So you actually have to use, different approaches for different methods. So
And if you're using the video one, if you're using the video one, you will if you know film terminology, it'll be better. If you know, like, and that's another thing too. Like, it's not just the skill of typing; it's also the skill of communication, being able to effectively use language and words to convey your vision. That is the big skill in this.
All right, so let's go to the new guest at the top, and then we'll go back to open panel. Thank you guys for having that exchange. New person at the top, what is your name and age?
My name is Jaron, and I'm 51 years old.
All right, can you respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art, and do you believe AI artists? Are you driving?
No.
Okay, I heard some noise. All right, do you believe AI art can?
That's Diablo in the background. Sorry.
Okay, I don't know who Diablo is, but all right, shout out to them.
It's a video game. It's a video game, Diablo 4. Sorry.
Okay. All right, do you believe
so two
AI art
parts.
can? Hold on. Do you believe AI art can be considered art, and do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain.
Okay. Sure. If Duchamp can put a snow shovel on a wall and call it art, then AI art can be called art. No problem at all. Since the creation of modern art, the definition of art has massively expanded. So sure, no problem at all. Are AI artists artists? No, they're art directors. They're not creating the art themselves. They are basically dictating to someone else how to create it. That is the definition of an art director, which is a great profession. It's what I do, but it's not the same as being the actual artist.
All right, are you done?
Yeah, a couple things. So before anyone says anything about me not creating AI art, I've done that probably longer than most of you have. I have a undergraduate degree in fine arts, a master's degree in communications. I teach coursework on using AI. So it's not that I don't like AI, it's not that I don't use AI, but I don't consider AI artists.
Can we
I'm
have
done.
our resident art director on the live speak? You know who you are. Go ahead.
You talking to me?
I think so. I think.
You
But go
talking to
ahead.
me? Well,
You know what? You guys
John, yeah,
have
you
all
too, aren't
done.
you? Yeah, technically.
Yeah.
Well, I find that particular line of thinking interesting, considering I'm going to use film directing, for example. A film director does not appear in the film, does not edit the film, does not write the film, right? But you would not call Quentin Tarantino anything other than an artist. You would not call Martin Scorsese anything other than an artist. And all their job is to dictate to other artists the vision of the art. Like an art director. Interesting. And we all know that art direction can be done artfully. Like, so I'm not exactly sure.
You're playing with words to try and extend the
being an art
definition.
director.
Hold on, Jaron.
No, I'm not
You're
trying to
not
extend
done.
anything. I'm not trying to extend anything. I'm literally going by the definition. Like, how is it so? But I'm not extending anything. So because Quentin Tarantino does not actually participate in the final product like the other artists do, it does not negate his artistry. I'm not extending anything. We know that directors are artists. How are they not? They're not the same type of artist. They're not participating in the final
Thank you,
product
John,
the
for the
same way,
pause.
but
Sorry.
they are artists.
Okay, is that now? Can I talk? What is that? Hello? Demetrius? Hello?
Jaron, have the conversation
Yeah,
normal. If you
I
hear
went
a
on mute
long
so that you could
pause, then
talk.
it is your turn to go.
Sure, whatever. Okay, so let's see.
So this is what we're gonna do, Jaren. We want to hear from you, but the snippiness can be left at the door. Please have the conversation cordially. All right, Father Trinity, John, and Phantom, they're both mods here. If you hear them interject, then that's just gonna have to be the case. Please have this conversation and leave the attitude at the door. I would really appreciate that. You can go ahead.
You're on mute, Jerron. You can unmute yourself.
Oh. Okay, am I talking now? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Okay, yeah. I don't even know why I joined this. Okay, so
Don't know either.
actually, I know part of why I did. Okay, so let's see.
Oh,
Tarantino to director.
donut.
Sorry?
Who's the donut for?
I think you know.
All right.
Done.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. He was
And-
pretty rude.
And can
I'm
I
like,
add something? Father Trinity, I think a better example for a director, film director, would be Tim Burton. Quentin Tarantino is in most of his films. I'm just not to poke holes, but that walks a fine line because technically actors are performative artists. So Tim Burton isn't in his films, and he is a director. And who can argue that he isn't an artist? And
I
when you
said
come
Martin
up with
Scorsese too. I said Martin Scorsese too.
okay, yeah, you did. So fair point.
I will
I
say
do know what you mean. And the reason I use Quentin Tarantino is because he does also a lot of times appear in his films to show that just because he's a director primarily doesn't mean that he also isn't multifaceted, which is something that a lot of people in these lives assume that we are not. They assume that we're using AI and we're being lazy and we're out here begging people to accept us. No, we're all multifaceted artists. We've done it the traditional way all the way up till now, doing it with AI. And it's funny because a lot of us on here too aren't having to beg you all to accept us for some sort of monetary gain. All of us have made money using AI art here because we know how to create value around it. Hell, John took somebody's piece. No, I'm not going to. Never mind. I'm not going to.
oh, did we see any interesting art pieces today on their accounts?
No, we haven't looked at.
Yeah, I haven't got a chance to look yet.
Okay. Okay. So Phantom, thank you for that drop. I appreciate it. They got him up out of here. For the reminder for the people in chat, you can gift a donut to boot a guest off if you want to replace them. If you want to boot a mod off, you have to gift a money gun and it has to go to them. Okay. So you guys can continue chatting it up. I think that is... Make sure there's no one else in the guest request. And we're going to try to wind down from here because I got more calls to make and I don't want it to keep interrupting the live. But yeah, you guys can keep chatting it up for a little while. Maybe give it about 10 minutes.
would
right,
would I be able to co-opt Jaren's argument real quick?
Oh, you can try.
Because he had mentioned something that I kind of was subtly thinking about beforehand, but I didn't think art director. That's not really what came up. The connection that I was thinking about making was if you do make the AI art, I'll concede that you're an artist just based on definition alone. But would it be fair to say that you kind of have to relinquish up at least kind of half of your ownership? Say you own the idea, but the AI owns the art in some kind of sense?
Well, it's funny.
Would you say that the
because,
paintbrush owns anything after you use the paintbrush? It was your idea, and then you used the paintbrush to bring it to life. Do we give the paint any credit?
I would say the paint gets a lot of credit personally, yeah.
No, you wouldn't. That doesn't even sound like a coherent sentence. Put that in a sentence. Put that in a full sentence for me. As I create art, I am the owner of the art, but the paint gets the credit for the design.
As I create art,
please formulate that for me.
I'm the owner of the art, but I must give credit is due to every tool that I have used.
Wait, but you just kind of affirmed that AI art is
AI
art, and that
as a tool. So
because
yes,
AI is the tool that creates the art.
yes, but as different tech is, it is different. So I do think the comparison between AI as a tool to the paintbrush as a tool, while sound, I do think that it is very different, and the nuances do matter. I think that AI is much more complex. So because of that, I kind of compare it to almost commissioning an art piece, where that art is yours and it belongs to you, and the idea is yours and it belongs to you, but there's kind of some, like, I don't know, half ownership. That again, more of a personal feeling on it, certainly. But
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on,
and
Charles.
I
Hold on,
and
just
I
a,
respect your
Phantom, hold on a
feelings,
second.
good sir.
Phantom, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Because we did get a donut gifted. Sorry, Jedi, but the donut was gifted to drop you, my guy. I'm sorry.
You're good, thank you.
You can gift the donut to come back up if you choose. But with Chicago John, sir, if you wanna drop Chicago John, you're gonna have to gift a money gun, and you have to give it to him. He's a mod. Look, I said, I know he sent, I know he sent two, but he's gonna have to send way more money if you're gonna get John. Okay, sorry, Phantom. Go.
You want my spot flash? Trying to get rid of mods? That's not how this works. Like, no, man. Like, I hear you, and I understand that you have your feelings on the subject, but it's just like everybody else can't take your feelings into consideration when they're making their own art. If we do that, no one's ever going to be able to make art according to you. We have to make people make their own art according to their own feelings, and you don't get to tell them that it isn't.
yes, I do agree with that. But as art is a physical thing and a digital thing, but even digital things are physical in this world. The act of creation is an important thing, but AI art, traditional art, digital art, all of it will still be subjected to the same public opinion, which I think, even if they don't involve facts or definitions, I think those opinions do matter just as much.
I don't, because those opinions will change.
I
Like,
think those opinions are useless.
right now, give it a year to 18 months, AI will be the industry standard by which we are making Hollywood movies and video games. It's already integrated into Grand Theft Auto 6. This is what we do now. So for you to say, hey, I appreciate the time and skill and effort and energy that you put into your art, but have you considered these feelings? We're not going to care about that anymore, because the bottom line will be people are producing movies, people are producing games, people are producing short form content. I make a nice bit of money off AI music alone. Like, you won't be able to say my feelings when the money is overshadowing that.
Yes. So, and I agree, but I have 2 points. Number one, I do think I'd like to say that the opinions stated about any art, when I say that specifically, I do think that it have to be in a critical manner. I do think they have to move the conversation forward, not backwards. And I do think that they have to be respectful. But also, I am a GTA 6 super fan. I really, really do not. What AI are you talking about in GTA 6? That might be kind of moving the conversation in a different direction.
All the NPCs are going to be AI. Like, you'll be able to have conversations with them.
Yes, but AI in terms of they won't be. AI has existed in video games as artificial intelligence for a while, but it's not models necessarily.
Look, this is what it comes down to for me, because I'm understanding what you're saying. It's, you don't get to tell people what their art is. Our mascot in this live is the banana taped to a wall. It made millions of dollars. It hangs in museums. Like, it's world renowned. It makes millions. I think it's the dumbest piece of shit I've ever fucking seen. I think it's ridiculous. But just because my feelings came into play, I don't get to say it's not art because I don't like it. And that's what you're doing. You're saying, hey, I recognize that you put in some time and skill, but you didn't put in the time and skill that I did. You didn't do it the way I did it, so it's not art. When I shit on the banana, I'm shitting on the banana because I think it's just stupid, but I would never devalue it by saying that it's not what it is because it's art.
And I think I've come from a very similar place where I have conceded that it is art, and you are an artist. But yes, I would have to say that is my version of shitting on it. Where, in my opinion, you lost not respect, but you've lost my acknowledgement. In the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter, and that doesn't matter to other artists as well. I'm aware of that.
I'm glad you know. Because unfortunately, a lot of people here think that their opinions are what define art, and that just is not the case. What might not be considered art for you, someone else will be considered art. The art is in the eye of the beholder. It's completely subjective in that particular part as far as like what you consider to be good art or bad art. But when we're talking about words, and words mean things, right? And we're looking at the definitions of words and what they mean, because we've been doing that. We've not yet seen how AI or AI artists deviate from any of those words or any of those definitions that would keep them or prevent them from being considered art. So, I don't know. I mean, we've been having these discussions for quite some time, and I still have yet to find anybody that can refute it. Nobody can refute it. Like, we keep talking about laziness. Laziness does not make art not art. We talked about the medium. The medium does not make art not art. Like, we talked about what body parts are being used to make it, if you can use your body parts, and that does not make it not art. So, I mean, we could talk about good art or bad art, or whether or not you like it, or we can critique, the individual pieces, but it will not negate it from being considered, artistry and art. Just like a 5-year-old scribbling on a piece of paper, you put it on your fridge, you call it art. It's not good, but it's still art. You feel me?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say with this, because I am about to leave, I am not the target individual for these conversations, because I think the very polarizing opinions are what a lot of people like to watch. But I can concede to a lot while making my arguments as well. But with that, I will leave. I've had an excellent conversation. Father Trinity, if you're not into voice acting, please do, because that is a golden voice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Y'all
So
have a
I
good
heard
one.
y'all too. I heard y'all. Y'all heard it. Dylan conceded. Dylan said AI artists, AI artists are artists. I heard it. Y'all heard it here first. Y'all heard it here first, folks. We converted another one. Another W.
That's why I'm still trying to figure out what's Irene hanging on to. That's I still haven't heard an explanation for that, but
Well, we've got.
I
But
will say
before
that
Irene, we did get a new one guest in, Krakatoa.
let's get the new guest
and I
in.
think this will be I think this is probably going to be the last one, a new guest, according to what Dr. Berry was saying earlier.
Yeah. All right, so let's get the new guest in. Thank you, Father Trinity. Thank you, mods. New person at the top, what is your name and age?
Hi, I'm Krakatoa. I just turned 18, and I strongly disagree that AI art is considered art.
Hold on. What year were you born?
2008, April 29th.
All right, can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art, and do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain.
No, ma'am, I do not. Simply because I think that I think that art is more so about the process than the finished product. Let me not say I feel. Let me try being objective. But by definition, it is you expressing your feelings. Now, if you want to say that the AI is an artist, I'll slightly agree with that. But again, I feel like AI art just is missing human reality. That boy got Slimek on his voice. Nah, bro, I'm just sick, gang. But
Father Trinity, are we trusting it? He said he just turned 18.
Yeah, you sound like you got Similac on your breath. But no, the math is mathing. The math he said is mathing. So we're gonna let him speak. Let him speak.
All right, go ahead.
And the thing that I don't understand is when y'all say that AI is a tool, I don't really understand that. To me, I view it as a producer trying to consider himself a writer because he gave the screenwriter the idea for the movie. To me, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it's the writer's process that ends up making the finished product. If you want to say that the AI is the artist, I'll somewhat agree. Again, it's missing that lived experience.
So you look up the definition of an artist and then come back. If you're finished with your opening statement, I want to make sure I didn't cut you off there. But look up the definition of an artist and tell us what source you got that definition from, and then come back to us.
Okay, no
And then
problem.
we could see something here. Sorry, give it a moment, guys. This will be very quick, and then I'll open it up to the rest. I just want to point out something very quickly.
I see you, Dr. Barry. I see you.
It'll be quick because y'all know where I go with this. But all right, do you have it?
No. Why he looks it up? No. Why he looks it up? No. Wait, just a second, Krakatoa. Irene, sis, let's talk. So, because I know that you have a lot of anxiety about these types of conversations. I'm not going to jump on you, but I do want to ask you how exactly is calling out the ableism and saying AI art isn't art ableism? Explain that to me. Explain how it's ableist to call out the ableism in the fact that people are denying these tools to people who need them that cannot otherwise use traditional art. Explain that to me because you said it in the comments. I want to know.
Well, mostly my earlier point was that like you shouldn't assume that they can't do certain like things on their own, but like I'm not saying that people who are ableist shouldn't. I mean ableist who are not able to, do those things to physically pick up a pencil, that they're not allowed to do AR. I mean, if that's the only outlet that they have, then that's good for them. It's liberating for them to actually put some expression out there when they can't physically do it by themselves. I will give them that.
Yeah, so now the point that we were making earlier isn't that we're assuming that they can't do it that way, because as you illustrated, there are some that will use their feet if they want to. There are some that will use their mouth if they want to. But we're saying those that don't want to shouldn't feel pressured to do so just because others in their situation do it that way.
I agree.
That's what we're saying.
I
So
agree.
we're actually being fully encompassing. We're not saying, oh, they can't do it, so let them use AI. No, we're saying AI is a tool that some of them can use, and they should be allowed to use it, and their art should not be diminished because you don't like the tool that they used. And that's the point. And to those in the comments talking that shit too, you heard what I said. Try to refute that if you can. You can't. I know you can.
Yeah, all right, but I will say I do have to go. I have some things to do. It was great talking to y'all, and I mostly wanted to join because I mostly just wanted to know how it really truly worked, because I never really understand how they type something and then get something out of it. That never made sense to me. I just never really knew how it works. So it was cool. It was cool to learn. That's
Hold
all.
on, I searched up the definition of art. I thought you was gonna make a point.
No,
Can you make that real
artist. No,
quick?
no, Krakatoa. I want you to look up the definition of artist.
Okay.
But I
All right,
hope
but
I
no,
hope you have a great.
thanks for coming in, Irene.
No, yeah, I hope you have a great day. I'm gonna go draw with my Apple Pencil.
Pick up a key,
All right.
Have a great
pick
day,
up a
gang.
keyboard. Pick up a keyboard. How about that? Okay, so
I searched it up.
to the people who say they want to join the panel but don't want to tap the likes, then you can leave. The rules are the rules. I'm not bending the rules for you all of a sudden today. If you don't want to tap the likes, your only other option is to gift the live, and I'm sure you don't want to do that either. So you are welcome to cancel your guest requests and just listen from the comment section. All right, so Krakatoa, did you get the name of the let's see, the definition of artist?
Yeah, I got it. I'm looking at it right now.
You need
You
to
want me to
tap
read it?
100. Hold on one second. To the person who keeps complaining in the comments, you need to tap at least 100 likes. If you are not up on the panel, it's because you have not done that. Yes, please read the definition of
She can
artist.
see if you've done it.
All right, read along, chat. An
Hold on,
artist
hold
is
on, hold on, Krakatoa. Irene, there were no backhanded compliments or comments that were made. You had the opportunity, right? You had the opportunity to puff out your chest here on the panel, and you didn't. But you only want to talk smack in the comments. I don't respect that.
Yeah, I peep that. I peep that. People, and whenever someone talks about their social anxiety, I immediately clam up because social anxiety has been used as a weapon
Right.
against me for so often because I'm a big, bright personality that knows how to communicate myself, and I will assert myself in any situation. And they go, "Oh, you're activating my anxiety. You're yelling at me. You're
No, Father
so."
Trent, she said she has PTSD. That's what she said. She had PTSD.
No, she got PTS. She got PTS. She got PTSD's nuts because ain't nobody got time for that shit. I'm sorry, Krakatoa. Let's talk to Krakatoa.
I'm sorry, we were laughing about that all day. That's crazy. PTS. All right, y'all. Krakatoa. All right, do you have the definition of
Oh,
artist?
I got it pulled up.
and
I'm looking at it right now.
What source is it from?
and
It's from Wikipedia.
Can we get an actual dictionary source?
no.
Okay, no problem.
That's the first
We
time.
need,
Hold
we
on.
need
That's the first time someone ever
Webster.
got Wikipedia.
All right, I'll look up.
I've
meaning.
never heard
we
somebody
need,
rip out the Wikipedia for this.
Okay,
yeah,
my
we
fault.
need Webster. We need
All right,
Oxford.
I got
Somebody
it
like
pulled
that.
up right now, Tom. Literally next week.
You excited for summer school, bro? Like, what's going on?
What? That was rude.
You
What did I
taking
do to
some
you?
college tours? Like you?
No, I'm taking a gap year. I'm trying to take. You said summer school. I'm my fault. I took that as a
Okay,
slight. My fault.
Krakatoa. What's the definition, or where's the source of this definition?
I'm on Webster right now.
Do you have the definition of artist?
Yes.
Okay, so before we go forward, the reason why I asked you to bring this up is because you said that there is potential for AI to be the artist. So let's see if you want to go by this definition. Let's see if AI fits the criteria to be an artist by the terminology used here. So can you read us the definition?
A person who creates art such as painting, sculpture, music, or writing using conscious skills and creative imagination.
All right, can you read the first two words for me?
I know a person. My fault.
Can you
I
repeat
was
that?
just trying to appeal to y'all a little bit.
Can you repeat that one more time?
A person.
Okay, is AI a person?
No.
So can AI be the artist
No.
by this definition?
No, ma'am.
All right.
So who would be the artist then? That's not a hard question. There are only two entities involved, the person writing it and the AI. If the AI isn't the artist, who's the artist?
I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why I'm on one today, but these people in the comments are pissing me off.
You can mute and block. You can mute and block, Bob.
No, but I just have to address this. Thomas, I can make art without electricity. Can you? Yes, I can make art without a tool. Can you?
Yeah.
Literally, easily. Watch. I can do it right now. I have never been so much. See, 3 lines of art right there with no tool.
That wasn't you though.
Straight off my
that wasn't really
anatomy,
you though, bro.
Bruh.
That was just your vocal cords. That don't really count. That was
yeah,
some
my vocal cords
cord
don't
slop.
count. I'm cheating. I'm cheating with my vocal cord slop.
No, talking, using your mouth to talk is not a skill because everyone can do it, apparently.
Right. Exactly. It has to be exclusive. But
hold on. I
Everybody
kind of
can't
want to hold
talk, Julie.
homies' feet to the fire on this. We've agreed that the AI cannot be the artist here. So, by this definition, good sir, who's the artist? This is the third time that I've asked you, and you've done a masterful job of not answering because it makes your original point look silly. But I'm going to keep asking you, if the AI isn't the artist, who is?
My fault. Y'all immediately started talking before I could answer. But
well, here's space and opportunity.
Let me get the floor to him. I still would not consider the person the artist in that situation. They are handing off with.
Why? Am I not a person? Did I not create something using my conscious skill? If the AI can't do it, and there are only two entities that could possibly be the culprit here, how am I not? Walk me through that. Other than you feel, walk me through that logistically using the definition you just read. No one's interrupting you. You have the floor. You can't have that excuse. So walk me through it.
AI takes over the entire process. Like for example, if you're doing a AI sketch, it is not you sketching it. The AI is sketching it for you. So by that,
Okay, did
Is
you
that
notice how
AI
that
on
wasn't an
Fiverr?
answer to the question at all? Here, I'll break it down for you. I'll make it easier for you. Okay, we're playing Clue. There are only two suspects. There's me and there's you, and Dr. Barry's laying on the floor with a knife in her back. Only one of us could have done it, and we know for a fact that it wasn't me. Who was it? This is the part where you say it was probably you. You're trying to offload. Oh well, the AI did the work. No, I had the expression. I had the thought. I wrote the prompt. I inputted. I did the work, and then the
the
AI.
final product is put through
The
the
final product
machine.
is the conception of the art. I conceived of the art myself. I'm a writer. I was a writer 20 years before AI was ever a thing. And now that I use AI in my writing, I don't consider myself an AI writer. I'm a writer who uses AI. You're trying to conflate things. We've already dispelled your rumor that the AI can do it. The AI can't do it. The AI is a tool, like the paintbrush is a tool. If we can agree that both are tools, the AI gets no credit for the creation at all. Can you agree to that?
Could agree, but also to be fair, that definition was written before machines was able to do
Okay,
this
but
process.
but it first of all, that doesn't matter, and secondly, it's the definition you picked, and then when
Why
we
wouldn't it
baby
matter?
stepped you through it, when we baby stepped you through the definition, you agreed to everything that we said. So now, how is it that we walked you through it and you've agreed with every point that we made, but when we get to the conclusion that AI art is art, now the definition's somehow outdated? Go find me one. Go find the new one. Go find the one you like. Go
Well,
go
and
do
even
that.
beyond that,
I'll break
and then
that one
and
down for you
even
too.
and even
I'm
beyond
really
that,
not.
technology. And even beyond that, technology doesn't change the definition of words. For instance, we're talking about, like, let's use the word travel, for instance. Back in the day, we traveled by foot. Then we travel by horse. Then we travel by car, boat, plane. New technology has happened. Well, someday we'll travel by teleportation. But that does not negate the fact that the word travel does not change. That's the same for art. Just because new tools are invented, it doesn't mean that the definition of art has changed. It's still just creative expression, no matter what tool or medium you use. So just because there are new machines now doesn't mean we just start changing the definitions of words just because there are new machines. That we've never done it before. So why are we doing it now?
Let's use an example like driver. Before it would be considered a person driving a vehicle, but now with self-driving cars, wouldn't they change the definition to include AI self-driving cars as a driver?
No, no, no. Why would it? What's the definition of a driver? Give me definition of driver, and I'll make the point for you. Like this is actually super easy. I'm someone who drives. Like I don't think like that one's super hard. And if we can agree to the definition that a driver is someone who drives, self-driving cars would be drivers. Yes, but it doesn't need a person to do that because it's driving.
Okay, but the definition is very simple. It's just one that drives.
One that drives. Fantastic. So if a self-driving car, if Elon Musk can hook it up to 5G towers and then the car can drive itself, is the car a driver? Yeah, it's driving. It's on the road. It's using the turn signals. It got me to my destination, A to B. It's a driver.
Okay, so wouldn't you think that would apply to AI and that being considered art? I'm confused. You kind of made my point.
No, you're missing the point. Art is a subjective thing. Art is in the eyes of the beholder. Some people think that the sunset is art, you know, and for that to work, you'd have to say, "Oh, well, somebody made it." Let's not get super religious on here. But the entire idea is art is subjective. It's the expression of something. Driving's not expressing anything. Driving is it's a scale. Sure, I'm A to B, but it's not a subjective experience. I'm either driving or I'm not. I can't eat. I'm either an artist or I'm not. Either I'm able to express myself or I can't. AI artists are expressing themselves. You might not like the means by which I expressed myself, but it doesn't change. Again, our mascot on this live is the banana taped to a wall. The banana taped to a wall is art. I think it's stupid art. I think it's lazy art. I think it doesn't say anything, it doesn't speak to anything, yet it's in a museum and it makes millions of dollars. I don't get to say it's not art because I don't like it, but I get to not like it. You understand the difference?
I'm not saying that it isn't art. Again, I'll argue that the machine did create art in some way. It is expressing itself through
But
what has been trained
but
to.
the machine is not expressing itself because the machine is a tool. The machine has no conscience by which to express. What it's expressing is what I gave it.
Using the information that it already has. Again, there are so many minute details that can be changed. Like, for example, if two people are remaking a movie, they're both using the same source, but their opinions on it can completely change how that remake turns out, right?
Yeah, because it's art and it's subjective, but both would be art, wouldn't they?
Yes. But my point
Okay,
is,
and that's all I'm saying. You're trying to disparage one of them from being art because you don't like the tool that was made. I don't care. I don't care that you don't like my tool. It's a tool. It met the definition that you gave, but now you want to move the goalpost. We don't care where your
you're
goalpost
still not
is.
expressing yourself. If you want to say
But
you're a
but
writer, that's true, but you're not expressing yourself through
how
the
could
final
you
product.
possibly? How could you possibly? Who makes you qualified to tell me if I expressed myself? Walk me through that.
You expressed yourself through writing. You did not express yourself through making the final
Hold on,
piece.
So I
so hold on a
expressed
second. Hold on a
myself.
second. Wait, hold on. Hold on just a second.
You
Y'all, tap
called
that
yourself a
app.
proper
Keep tapping
term.
the app. Yeah, I said hold on, Krakatoa. You
My
you
fault,
hear me,
Tony.
boy.
Damn, my fault,
Now,
Tony.
make sure you tap the app. Krakatoa, are you BLK?
I don't know. Oh, black, yeah.
We say BLK because TikTok doesn't like when we say that word. Okay,
Oh,
so
they hating on the brother.
yeah, they hating real bad, bro. They hating real bad. But
Damn.
I do want to point out, and I just want to say, Krakatoa, like hearing a young BLK person articulate yourself to the degree that you are doing makes me very proud. It really does, and I'm happy to hear that there are young people that can actually hold their own in a debate. I mean, Phantom is gonna cook you ultimately. I'm sorry, but you're really holding your own, and I appreciate that. But I also want to make sure that we acknowledge the two new guests. We got Queen in here. Queen is a friendly, I think. I don't know how she feels about this topic.
Should I go now or should I wait? Yeah, can you introduce yourself with your name and age?
Of course. Hi, my name is Queen Lear, kind of like off of Shakespeare because I love it. My age is 37, and good morning, everyone.
All right, good morning. Thank you for coming in. I'm gonna go ahead and give you. Oh, go ahead. Go.
Oh, my
Oh yeah,
apologies.
that's
I'll
right.
wait.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Thank you,
Oh
John.
yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, because I was going to introduce Queen, and then I was going to introduce the dude, then I was going to go
Okay.
from him to him. But,
All right. Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that. All right, new person at the top. What is your name and age? Vote something.
Okay. Hold on, sorry. Okay. My name, you can just call me Vote. I just turned 18. My birthday, 08, May 2nd. I also just had prom last night, so yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Basically,
Hold on. Pause. Do y'all want to entertain us?
I mean, we did. Well, no, we did with the Krakatoa. I don't see why not. She was pretty good in the comments, So yeah.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Vote. Can you please respond to the prompt? Do you believe AI art can be considered art? And do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock to explain.
Okay, so yeah, I think so. I just don't think they should win any awards for it. I think that AI can be used as just like a tool for practice. What I wanted to say is that art is just a state of mind, and it lives in the imagination. If you have the talent of artistry, the ability to to take a creative idea and put it down on a canvas or a piece of paper or anything, whatever, uh, an instrument or whatever, then your job is to only execute it. And having both the tools and the talent to do that is a rare and lucky thing. I'm sorry my voice sounds raspy. I'm hungover. I don't know if I can say that, but yeah. But once you like execute that idea and you put it out into the world, it belongs to the viewer now. And their interpretation is their own. Now it's their job to, take your idea and, now handing an idea over to AI to do a video or story or a scene, that's still human work to me. Like if you don't have to frame it as talent, okay, in the traditional sense, because the person behind it didn't physically make anything, but they had to articulate a vision. They had to tell them about the theme, the tone, the characters, the dialogue. And Quentin Tarantino, I'm a huge Quentin Tarantino follower, and dialogue is very important to me as a writer. They had to, direct the AI, shape the details, and have the AI stay immersed enough in the creative process the whole way through, or else it wasn't going to work. Because for me personally, I do work with AI because I love making OCs. If
Okay,
you don't know
Pope,
what that means,
your time is up.
oh, okay, damn, shit.
All right.
Gotta love the OCs. Gotta love the OCs.
Yeah, I love making OCs. I'm a writer. I've had awards for writing in school and have
Okay.
been on plays. So
All right, so hang
it's
tight.
okay.
We got to go to the new person, and then
Okay.
another person is trying to join. We'll try to get them in the conversation. All right, Queen, you gave your name and age. I'll give you the prompt as well. Do you believe AI art can be considered art, and do you believe AI artists can be considered artists? You have 2 minutes on the clock.
As an artist that can do it traditionally and as an artist also that uses AI, I think you can honestly it can be both. Because I know personally from my experience how I use it, there's sometimes where sometimes I'm a lazy artist. I'll give you that. Like the last thing I really drew, it took me 36 hours to draw, and I have to work full time. I have other things to do, another business to run. So I don't have time like I want to really sit down and draw like I used to, especially with the high demands of what society is asking of me. So there's times where I do sketch some things out, and I'll direct the AI to do certain things for me so it can bring my vision to fruition. However, in that regard, but to sit there and say that somebody else's art isn't art because they used their prompt, I mean, at the end of the day, it's their own creation, regardless if they use their physical hand with a pen or a pencil to do it or not. I mean, it's also easy to dispute the in-between aspect of it. The people that use Adobe Photoshop, the people that use these other like programs that do have AIs essentially built into them, they're still utilized as tools, but you won't take that art away from them. So what would be the difference? In my personal opinion, I don't see none in that regard. So even with that being said, it's just the fact that when people need help and support, especially if they're trying to grow their business, they're trying to do things for themselves, and they have to outsource certain things to get things done, I don't see a problem with it. If you're making progress, you're making progress. You're making your art, you're making it beautiful, it makes you happy. That's all that matters. I don't see the point of sitting here talking about, oh, this is AI slop, oh, this is this. It's still art at the end of the day. You can tell it to critique it to make it better too. So you are directing it. Direct it. It's a tool.
All right, thank you, Queen. We do have one more guest, and this will be the last guest. I promise you guys, this will be the last one, and then we'll do open panel between everyone here for a little bit. But this will be the last person I'm accepting. Thank you, Whisper of the Woods, for the heart me. I greatly appreciate it. Good to see you. All right, new person at the top, name and age.
Hi, I'm 13.
Whoa.
Real quick. Who did
Soon
that,
as they
Dr.
said
Berry? Did you
hi,
have
I
your
was
hand
like,
over the? Who did that?
Man,
That
that
was
trigger,
foul.
I
man,
did.
that finger was on the trigger, yo. Was ready to
I
move.
did.
Right.
As
Like,
soon as they
who
said
just,
hi, I was
oh,
like, nope. I
I was
heard
like,
it.
damn, that
Y'all,
was quick.
I was like, y'all think we can't tell with your voices that y'all are, younger than what y'all need to be on this panel? Like, we get it. The
The
voices are
moment.
not fully developed, y'all.
The moment he
Thank you,
opened his mouth, I was
Kalia.
about to sell a Good Lord. That was scary.
Right. Thank you, Clea, for the roses. All right, y'all. We're back at open panel. Feel free to speak, and we'll officially we'll close out in 10 minutes. I'm gonna put the timer on 10 minutes, but you guys can talk.
Me. Okay, so I'm like real short. Like, vote. You are 18. Don't tell nobody that you hung over. It's a crime.
Okay.
You're not
Right.
supposed to be doing it. Don't tell nobody. Okay, but no.
Baby, that's
But
supposed to be best case
I don't really have. But I don't have really too much to say about your opinion of art, honestly. I really did hear what you were saying, and I kind of like I was resonating with a lot of your views, actually. So, but so and Queen, hey Queen, so good to have you up here. But I'm more
Can I
interested
say
in
that you really do
Huh?
sound like All Might? You should do voice acting, like for real.
I sound like
I'm
who?
like All Might.
Like a BLK All Might.
Holy crap! I am
You sound like a
I
BLK.
am here. I am here.
I can see it
Oh
now.
my. Young Midoriya. Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. I think I can do it.
Or you should do Batman. You do sound like Batman. But anyway.
Laugh.
But no,
Yeah.
I really want to.
Vote. Why don't vote? Why don't you just go lay down? How about that?
Yeah, you need to get some rest,
Okay, I
baby. Go sleep. Go
promise.
sleep.
No, I promise.
Make you a
It
good
sound like
rich
you
egg
need
and
some
cheese and take a nap. You'll be all right.
I would say you need some breezy.
some
You need some
ginger
breezy
tea or
food
something.
and some water.
It's just my voice, I promise. It's just my voice. I'm okay.
And a Tylenol too. But no, I really not like I love the engaging with Queen in these other spaces, and I would really like to hear from what you think of Krakatoa, because Krakatoa is really fighting hard to defend his stance, and Phantom was getting into him too. So I really feel like this last couple of minutes I want to try to focus on Krakatoa, because he's fighting real hard and he's articulated his points, strongly. But I want to see if we can convince.
Okay, I got you. So my thing is Krakatoa, I personally can do both. I can draw for myself. Like I can even, if y'all want, I can show me my pictures later, the things that I did draw. I don't like drawing in color, so don't judge me.
Me neither,
Even with
twin.
that being, huh?
I said me neither, twin.
Okay, word. I like that. Okay. So my thing about it is more so than anything that because the stuff that I do and sometimes the portraits I used to make a lot of the time would take hours. And like I was saying, the last one I made, it took 36 hours for me to complete. I don't have time like that. That's a whole ass work week. You feel what I'm saying? So my thing is, if I do sketch out ideas where I really couldn't convey them into words into the AI, and it gives it more direction than me just sitting here saying, I want them in this position, I can draw it out and then upload my picture and have it render the rest of it for me if I did the outline. Would you not still call that my own art?
That's an interesting point. I have been seeing a lot of stuff like that. I will, again, there's a reason why we give certain titles certain roles. Like there isn't just animator. There's different tiers to it. There's rough animators, then there's cleanup artists and all that. So yes, you absolutely did help in making that art. And I'll say that there is like, you are obviously an artist because you like, what's the word? You express yourself through a medium and then gave the AI a guide to finish it out. But again, like I will still consider the AI like an artist in that situation as finishing out your piece, if that makes sense.
I mean, I don't see it any different than being in an art studio, like you said, doing a certain aspect of what I need to draw out and giving it to the next person to color in.
No, I'm saying that you are a part of the process, but
Okay.
equally as much as the AI if it's finishing it out.
But the AI is not a person, it's a tool. So technically that creation would be regardless mine and mine alone. It's not a person.
Get it, but again, I really feel like that definition is going to change with AI becoming so prevalent. But I can't make that argument
Sir,
because the
but
definition's
you
not going to
notice
change yet.
how you said, yeah, that it adheres to the definition, dot, 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 but now I feel like
I said
you're
she was an
trying to insert
artist.
your
I said
feelings
she
into the
was an
definition.
artist. What? I'm
But
just
yeah,
saying
but
that.
So
Go
do
the
you
ahead.
agree with the
definition's
prompt
not
now
going to
then?
change according to your feelings, sir. Like the words have to mean words for society to work, and AI artists fit within the realm of artists. And you, but I feel we don't care. We don't care how you feel. You don't like the art, that's fine, but it's still art.
So
You
Krakatoa, if you feel like she's, or if you said that she's an artist now, do you now agree with the prompt that AI artists are artists?
The point I was trying to make earlier is that y'all are artists through writing, not through
Hold on,
the
no.
final
Okay,
product.
that wasn't my question.
I'm
Okay.
I'm saying it's multifaceted.
Well, no, but
There's
just
two people
answer
work.
my
Well, not two
question, and
people.
then you
Go
can
ahead.
answer into your own separate tangents. So, do you now agree that AI artists are artists? Yes or no? If you called her
I
an
will.
artist, then then
I'll
it sounds like
agree
you'll be
because they're expressing themselves through a certain way. But can I
okay.
get on to how it's very specific?
Hold on. Let's hold on. Y'all just want to jump from one point to the next. Let's let this moment marinate.
My
Let's
fault,
let it
twin.
marinate.
We got another one. We got another one. Da, 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 da. But no,
I really
I do want to point out.
All right, that's a
Y'all are
victory sound.
wild.
Whoa.
I love it.
Nice. Fancy. Okay.
We
But
got
no, Krakatoa,
fanfare and even fancy service.
Yes, Queen. I do want to know. I do want to note that a lot of people come in here and they cite the Supreme Court or the court ruling where AI can't hold copyrights, and they get they get that mixed up because they're thinking that things generated from AI can't be copyrighted, but that's not the case. The ruling is that AI tools, the AI itself, cannot hold a copyright because it is not a person. It is not a sentient being. It does not have the capacity to hold any intellectual property or to own anything. So the Supreme Court, the courts of laws have already ruled that AI is not a person. It cannot hold copyrights. Therefore, it cannot take credit legally. But so let's just put that out there too.
Yeah, that goes right back to my point again when I was saying that, because regardless or not, if I draw a sketch out something and then I still go behind it and write prompts in it too to edit and critique, they have a new feature in it where you can highlight parts that you want specifically fixed and explain to it what you want fixed on it so it comes out the way and you envisioned it. Regardless or not, it's no different than me not being in Photoshop and just basically doing it by hand myself and letting the tools that have that engine running into them do it for me in that regard. It's just the way it's being implemented. Regardless or not, it's still mine.
I agree with that. And I also want to say, don't think like any of the AI haters out there. Don't think that you're not taking art seriously. It's just art can come from anything. That's all. It can come from anything. And I do see a lot of AI slap out there, and I'll be like, it gives AI a bad name, like AI art a bad name. But I've seen really nice videos out there, real creepy videos that had use of AI in it, and it was really good. It was really good.
Well, no, John, you remember that guy? You remember that guy that came on here called it traditional art slop? That was wild.
Right, they exist.
All of artists don't have it. Sorry. I was reading a comment that someone had said artists with no effort. My fault.
I mean, what is the definition of effort in this regard? Because I don't afford the time to sit down for 36 hours to draw one point. Sorry. And that's what I'm saying. And versus me condensing my time down. Sorry, I had a phone call. Maybe it cut me off. And like, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Chicago. It's just like, what is the difference for me sitting down for 36 hours to draw a picture, and that's within a work week, and I have to work, and I have other things I need to do because I don't have the free time as I did when I was in college or younger, where that wasn't a necessity for me at those times to do things like that, versus now where I'm trying to get things handled, but I also want to do creative things.
Someone picked this. Oh.
Uncle Love. No.
Produce work that evokes emotions. I say in reality, you are making art for you, not for anyone else. And once you publish that art, you make money off of it, and then people can just create their own ideas of it, and not even be right of what it actually is supposed to mean. It's still evoking emotions at the end of the day, so it's doing what it needs to be doing. Then like that, I was commenting. I mean, I was reacting off of a comment. That's all. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
No, I completely agree though, Vote. Like I completely agree with your stance there. Like no lies detected, and Queen. It's funny that it's fun. Well, not funny because the type of intellectual you are. I knew that you would immediately hone in on the effort part because we talk about that all the time. There are two people that frequent Dr. Berry's panel, a guy named Hank and a guy named Zach, who love to who asks this question so often that I called it the Hank Zach fallacy, which is how much effort does it take to actually before it becomes art? And we ask them this all the time: quantify it.
A person trains and conditions themselves in order to produce that artwork. When people go to school for this stuff, they are trained to do it with an efficiency and amount of time where it can actually be a profit to them. Some people take their sweet time because it's not necessary to rush. You cannot put a stipulation of time preference on how people do things. It doesn't make any sense to me because it's like you don't know their process. You don't know the methodology. It's like when you ask to get a website done. Some people can do it in a couple of days. Some people, it takes 2 fucking months for doing it. Who are you to tell them how they do their process and how they do the work when the result will still nonetheless be the same?
May I have the floor?
Agreed. No, I saw that your hand. I was going to acknowledge you.
Okay.
Hold on just a second, Bo. Krakatoa had his hand raised, and so we're gonna get to that. And Twink Catboy in the comments, stop ignoring my question. You see me talking to you.
I feel like we have very specific words for very specific reasons. I will attest that AI artists are artists in some way, but I will say they are more so writers, or in your case, Queen, you're a sketcher that uses AI to paint. Does that make
I mean,
sense?
I don't sketch. I actually draw. It's just that the thing about it is for the little quick things I'm trying to do. Prime example, I'm middle of writing a campaign for my D&D people because it's my turn to be dungeon master. So I have to write us a story and I'm trying to do stuff real quick because I don't have time to draw stuff out. Normally I would. So I'm mapping things out. I'm getting my NPCs together. I'm trying to get the story to evolve. I got my factions together. I got to show these fuckers what they look like. I don't have time to draw all these people. So you know what I'm doing? I'll probably sketch out a scene real quick, or in some instances, if I'm really on crunch time, I'm going to distinctively give it a scene where I wanted to incorporate with these people in it, how I want them to look, give them references from different pictures of how I want them to dress, so I have exactly what I want out of it. Because it's my vision coming to life, regardless.
Again, but there are specific words for specific things. You wouldn't call a screenwriter a director because they wrote out what would be on screen. It was the director that took it to the screen. That's why he's the director, and the writer's the writer. I'm saying that we have specific.
Well,
You're saying the same thing.
Yeah, you're arguing semantics at this point.
Yeah, you
Directors are artists, authors are artists, painters are artists, photographers are artists. There are different categories for different forms of art.
Exactly,
AI
y'all are
art
writers.
is also art. But Quentin Tarantino wouldn't say he was a painter, but he would say he was an artist because he's a director. You're trying to ambiguify these words, and it's just unnecessary. These are all roses are flowers, but not all flowers are roses type deal.
Saying I agree with y'all, but there are
Ambiguous.
specific words for specific meanings.
What are these words you're talking about? You keep
Okay,
saying, what are
wait.
these words?
I think
Yes,
he's
specific
trying
words.
to
Quentin Tarantino is a director. Yes, Bob Ross was a painter. Both of them are artists, correct?
generating an image isn't creating art. It is because it can't create itself. You have to create it.
Bo,
You
what are
have
you
to
talking
tell
about?
it.
Bo, hold
you
on,
ever
hold
say
on,
like
hold
a
on,
music
hold on.
conductor?
Hold on,
No,
guys.
Bo,
I'm
is
looking
saying
at
no.
comments. I'm
Hold on,
looking
y'all.
Bo is
Hold on,
saying
hold on, hold
no.
on,
I
hold on,
heard.
y'all. Vote is addressing the comments. Vote, can you engage with the conversation up here? Because when you address the comments, they can be
Okay.
talking about something completely separate from what we're talking about
Yeah,
here.
sorry.
We get thrown off.
Right. So hold on, vote. Hold on. Yeah, vote. Just mute up for a second, because vote is gone, y'all. Vote is gone. Vote. I know you want to address the comments, but you can text them and type in the comments
You're
for the
right.
people you're
I'm
trying to
sorry.
talk.
I'm sorry.
It's just
Sorry.
yeah, because that point almost derailed us. I want to make sure we stick to what we're talking about here with Krakatoa. All right. All I ask for people to do is just speak one mic at a time. I would greatly appreciate it, just for the people who are trying to listen and pay attention to the captions. So yeah, that's all I have to say. All right, go ahead.
I just want to say this real quick. Like when you have people that are in a symphony and all these people play different music, different instruments, then you have a conductor, right? These people become his instrument as he directs them into the way they or should be playing this song. Regardless or not of him physically not being able to play an instrument himself, those people become the tool that allows him to create the music. In individual aspects, they have their own talents. One plays a cello, the other plays a violin, somebody plays the tuba, somebody has steel drums, if you want to have it in there or not, saxophones or whatever may have you, violins and cellos. At the end of the day, when they come together and they are organized in such a way, that conductor is allowed to create music through them. They are still tools for him to create, even though he is not the one that's actually playing the instruments. Does that make sense?
I'm saying that is what y'all are doing when y'all write. Y'all are giving the
That
vision.
still makes him a musician.
Oh, he's a conductor. I don't get why y'all. Okay.
A conductor is a type of musician. Krakatoa. Do you make
Oh my
music?
god.
A conductor?
Do you make
What?
music? Krakatoa. Do you make music?
I was in
Krakatoa.
choir
Do you
once.
make? You was in choir. Okay. Okay. So the director that was directing the choir is that is. Do you think they're not a musician?
I mean, he was actually playing music though, so I can't really count that. But
Yeah,
he's
but
a
even if he wasn't, he told you what notes to sing, right? He told you what the words to say, how to say them, when to do it, and then when you got up on stage, you were a conduit to the vision that he gave you, right?
There it is.
but it was two humans still expressing
Yes,
their own
right.
art. I still had to.
Okay.
Wasn't
Oh,
your
yeah.
own art
I see what he's
being
saying.
directed?
I think the point he's trying to make is that humans is not technology. It's only humans involved, not
Regardless of
technology
them being
involved.
human or not, regardless of what it's made of, it is still being utilized as a tool to create, regardless.
So let me just say, the only reason I'm caping this hard for artists is because we're losing our jobs. If y'all were just making y'all AI
Good
art to
job,
yourselves,
Okay.
No,
be
you're
for
not.
real.
No.
The animation industry
Jamal,
has been. Hold on.
Krakatoa.
hold on, bro.
Technology is also
Hold
artists
on, vote.
also.
Hold on
Did,
one second.
My
Let
did
Fam
fault.
you?
go.
My
So
fault. My fault.
you're going to white knight against AI art because you want to fight for a job you don't have yet? I hate to break it to you, sir. No one
Whoa.
gives a shit about capitalism. We're talking about the art. Yes, is it going to take jobs? Probably will. Is it already taking fast food jobs? Yep. Is there an AI hospital? Sure is. Yes, jobs are going to be taken. It doesn't mean that it's not art. Just because you don't like it, just because some people are going to lose their jobs, doesn't mean it's not art. I want come travel back with me, if you will. All the candle makers were pissed off with the invention of the light bulb and said bulbs aren't real light. What about the candle makers? What about all the people who make the wicks? Is are light bulbs not real light because it's not made of candle wicks? That's how you sound.
Candles didn't go out of business because of lights. People still buy
Oh yeah,
candles.
okay. So
People will
candle
still
makers
paint.
have the
That's what we're
same
saying.
business they had
It's not. It's
electricity.
hold
Hold
on.
on,
Excuse me.
hold on, Krakatoa. So yeah, like Phantom said, people will still continue to paint now that AI exists. People, unless AI is that much of a force where it's going to stop you from doing art in a way you want to do it.
Y'all did
But
not let
let's
me get
hold
my
on,
full point across.
Krakatoa, hold on. You're still in high school. To my knowledge, you say you were taking a gap year, so you don't have an art job, right?
Yeah.
So what job is it taking away from you that you haven't already applied for, that you haven't applied for yet?
I'm talking about artists in general, because it has been,
So
for example, the animation industry. Please let me finish.
hold on. So with that, right? Because one thing that you guys keep missing, you guys keep thinking that AI is just taking jobs and nothing else is happening. The projection is that AI is going to actually create more jobs than it displaces. Like no one ever talks about that other piece. Like with each technology that we create and that humans put out there and that we innovate with, it's going to shift the marketplace, the job marketplace. It's going to shift it. So the question is, how are you going to adapt to it? Things are not going to be the same. Things shouldn't be the same because humans are evolving. The question is, how are you going to adapt to it?
Can you let me finish? Because AI has been implemented.
Hold on, Krakatoa.
Oh, God, golly.
Krakatoa, is this your show? Thank you. Did you hear anything I said? Because you sound like you just want to respond, but did you take in
Because you were
anything I just
missing
said?
my point entirely. And y'all made like 15 points
okay,
at me,
everyone, let's
and I have
just be
to address at least one.
Krakatoa. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna give you the floor. Everyone, let's be quiet and hear this grandiose point, this profound point. I'm listening.
He brought
You
up
got
the
2
light.
minutes.
I don't even need that much.
Less than 2 minutes. Go ahead.
But when the light bulb came out, people that were making light bulbs didn't come into the candle factory and start firing them. I am saying that there are artists currently who have been trained in their position for multiple years in a specific craft that are being taken out by AI. It is not the same thing as, like, for example, AI has been used to make animation a whole lot easier. Like, for example, on the Spider-Verse films, they didn't draw out every ink line. They used some computer learning program based on human drawings to get the final result on film because they couldn't draw out every single line. But it did not steal people's jobs. I have 2 minutes.
No,
but
you have 1 minute.
It didn't steal people's jobs. It let them do their work more efficiently. I'm saying that
your time is up.
All right.
So you're arguing for capitalism. You want to make sure that people can continue to make money on the art, and if people can't make money on the art, you want to stifle AI art to make sure that other people can make money. You're arguing for capitalism, not art.
I mean, if you're really going to argue for art, here, give me 1 second. If you're really going to argue for art, you have to consider the fact that a lot of these industries, these companies within the industry suppress a lot of people's art. Even by Disney's definition, if you create anything on their property, it belongs to them. How fair is that? Especially if you're just sketching in your own private time when you're on your break or something. That's crazy to me. So there's a lot of indie. There's a lot of indie artists right now that are creating space for people that actually want to do things the traditional way or actively do that. They're given opportunity. I don't know if you ever heard of something called Glitch Animations. That's one of the best ones out there that are on YouTube that are actually doing things to help artists. The ones that are actually traditionally drawing, using programs, however may have you, it's still something that's giving them an opportunity to shine and express that artwork. So my thing is, you're for these corporations that do these things, but you're not understanding that when it comes to the artists that do these works, they're not getting their pay. They're not being supported. Even the ones that make anime in Japan, their work ethic is horrible. Sometimes they're stuck at work for days doing this stuff and they're not getting paid enough for what they're worth and all the effort they're putting into it. How is that fair?
Hold on one second. Dell, thank you for I think it was a heart me or something, but thank you for that. Good to see you. Good morning. Okay. All right, Krakatoa, you said we keep missing the point. Can you tell us your point in a sentence or two? Just sum it up in a sentence or two. What is it that we're missing that's flying over our heads and that we're not able to grasp with our little peon brains?
I was not trying to be rude.
I know, but I'm just go ahead and just tell us the point.
Is that these people have trained years for a specific profession and are being kicked out by AI. That is the point. It's not
No,
like they can just
they're not.
easily switch over because AI is completely taking over their job. It is not the same.
AI is not taking over. It's people who are using AI, who are
I
adapting and learning
want to
these
steel
tools.
man him. I want to steel man your position for you. I want to make sure, because I don't want you to say, "Oh, we're missing your point." To my understanding, sir, what you're saying is there is artist X who has trained for X amount of years to become a well mastered artist in his craft, and now because AI has made it art much easier to do, and he won't be able to make a living with the thing that he trained for. Is that your argument?
Yes.
No one gives a shit. It's still art.
I have said
I wanted to
1,000
say that,
times.
Dana, but you said it for
In the
me. Thank you.
space, in the space of
No one
art, AI
cares.
will not. It will not replace an artist. I don't think you actually can replace an artist. Like, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Like, I really don't get what you're trying to say. I'm trying to understand it, but I just can't grasp it.
No, I
But
understand what he's like. I am a traditional artist. I'm a published author. I was a published author years before the advent of AI. And when AI came out, I started implementing AI to work into my series Bible so that I could keep shit straight. When this new technology was introduced, I in no way felt threatened. I saw it as a tool that I would use to parlay into what I was already doing. I'm 51 years old. If I can do it, anyone else can do it. And if you can't do it for whatever reason, or you just don't want to for whatever reason, that's completely up to you. But you don't get to whine about not keeping your job when you don't use the latest technology and the skills and in the field that you applied for. You don't get to go work at a car place and go, you know what? I don't want to work forklifts. So I just want to do it. There got to be better ways to do it. If I'm not using the latest tools, I don't get paid. Name an industry where that's false.
Well, and also, like, people keep talking about AI replacing certain jobs like this is an unprecedented evil event.
oh
That
wait,
but technology.
Hold on, vote.
Vote. I'm on the flow state, baby. If you interrupt me, my train of thought will be derailed, and I'll have to walk back to the train, and it throws me off. Okay, so where was I? I said something about jobs, but it's not replacing jobs.
See, even I forgot.
Okay, I remember. Okay, so like people keep talking about like AI art replacing jobs, certain jobs. Like this is some sort of unprecedented evil event when technology replacing labor is literally the history of civilization. Factories replaced hand production, photography changed portrait painting, digital editing changed traditional graphic workflows. Like streaming killed video rental stores. Like automation replaced countless industrial jobs. Like technology exists simply like to simplify processes and to increase efficiency and reduce labor and expand access. That's not new. And yes, some art jobs absolutely will disappear or shrink because AI lowers the cost and time required for certain kinds of production work, and that part is real. And I'm not saying it's right, but it's reality. But AI is not stopping artists from creating value around their art. People still value originality, they value personality, human connection, live performances, branding, storytelling, craftsmanship, community, and artistic identity. The artists who survive are going to be the ones who adapt, evolve, and incorporate new tools instead of pretending the tools can be uninvented. Like, because the alternative would be let's somehow get rid of AI. But baby, the genie's already out of the bottle. The technology exists. It's global. It's open source in many places, and it is improving constantly. So corporations, governments, hobbyists, independent creators are using these tools simultaneously, and the conversation, that conversation is over, right? Like the conversation of whether or not AI should persist, that's not a conversation. It's here, right? So honestly, yes, it is sad when someone spends years mastering a craft and the market changes around them. But market disruption is not automatic proof of some evil conspiracy. Sometimes it's an indictment of a failure to adapt to technological change, right? I mean, and that might be harsh, but history has never guaranteed that skill alone protects a profession forever. This is the natural progression of technology. There are jobs that existed that don't exist anymore. There used to be a person that literally sat there and connected you to another person on the phone. You called, you talked to an operator, and she plugged you in and disconnected your call when you were done. Technology got rid of that job. So, I mean, what are we talking about?
And also, oh, go ahead, John. All right, so the one thing I just want to mention, and then we'll go back to Krakatoa, is you guys know my statement, right? People like thinking that AI is displacing artists, which it could be doing, or people who are using AI, they're displacing people, other artists who are not. My statement is that I think AI is actually in a position to create more artists than it displaces. Like nowadays, we have more people creating more than ever before. We have more people expressing themselves than ever before throughout human history, expressing themselves in this way, in the capacity that they wish. And I don't think we should take that away just because, Joe Blow over there, spent 30 years working on his craft. That's great. That's fine. That actually gives him a leg up over everyone else who hasn't in getting into AI if they wish. If he chooses to go that route. We're not forcing anyone to like AI or do AI if they don't want to. But if he chose to go into AI, he has that knowledge and experience to bring into the AI to make it even better or to make it more expressive in the way that he wants to. So thank you, Greg Anoli, for the hanging lights. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Absolutely. Greg, you're here. You came at the tail end, but we're always glad to see you. So again, my proclamation here is that AI creates more artists than it displaces. And I want us to change our frame of thinking on, it's just taking your jobs and it's taking our jobs. And like we mentioned, you don't have a job in the AI arts, the art space yet. A lot of people who are your age keep saying it's taking your jobs. I really do want to push back on that. I really do.
Ain't even got no jobs, by the way.
I literally have 2 jobs. What?
You don't have no art. You have no arts job, baby.
Industry. Art Krakatoa, so what's your response? Oh, and to one second, Krakatoa. So to the person in the beginning who said why I gave him a minute to speak, because I wanted to give him a constraint in which he was explaining his point. I didn't want him to derail and go on to other tangents that were not relevant to what he was trying to communicate to us in that moment. So I said, I gave him a restriction so that he can just hyper focus in on the point so that we all can understand. All right, go ahead,
Excuse me,
Krakatoa.
but I think their point was that I was restricted when others weren't. They said that in a later
I
comment.
just mentioned, I gave an explanation why.
But no one else got the restraint was what they was talking about. But my fault.
I just
Can
gave
I
an
just go ahead?
explanation why I did that, Krakatoa. Did you not hear me?
I low key agree with you. Now I understand what you're trying to say.
Hold on, vote. You
I'm
coming
not
in at some
trying.
awkward times. John got rid of her. All right. So Krakatoa, I really just explained right here in a moment why I did that was so that we can hyper focus in on the point and so that you wouldn't derail and diverge into other points that were not relevant to what we were trying to understand in the moment. That's why I gave you only 1 minute. That was the only time I gave you a time restriction aside from your opening monologue.
Fine, it's fine. I was just
That understood now?
I was just trying to help you understand the other person's point because I saw that he commented that. My fault.
I was explaining that to him.
It's okay. But and that's what I'm gonna do when I open up my animation studio. Gang was talking in the comments about there being a disparity.
Please.
Sound familiar?
Yeah, Grimlock. Yes, I love Grimlock.
All right,
He's gone.
Krakatoa, you can explain what you want to say.
There's definitely a difference between a tool being implemented to make a process easier and the machine straight up doing the process for you. Like
Yes,
while
that would be the prompt. The machine doing it by itself would be unprompted, which would be the AI doing it, which we've already agreed that doesn't happen. It only does what we tell it to do, which you already agreed to. Your point is mute. Try again.
I was
And it's like,
talking
thank
about
you, next.
I was talking about specifically jobs being taken away because y'all kept saying it as
What?
it's
How
slightly
you jump to
evolving.
jobs? Wait.
then
You're jumping to a whole different point.
Okay, yeah, we've already cleared this, bro. No one cares about that. Where AI is going to create more jobs. No one is telling an artist you don't get to use AI. You're just shit out of luck. Any artist worth their salt can pick up this tool and also do this. No one cares about the jobs that it's losing because it's going to create more. That point is also mute. Do you have anything else?
I wanted to go ahead, Krakatoa.
You can unmute.
I just thought that was a weird jump from going straight to jobs from what we were originally talking about.
It's grasping at straws because he's got nothing and he's looking for anything, and there's just nothing here. There's no life preserver. Nothing's coming to save you, Kakarot. It's just not happening.
What did you call him?
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh. I never heard of that. So the reason, Krakatoa, the reason why I said that was a jump there was because we were talking, in the latter part we were talking about jobs, and the former part we were talking about, it's being a what did you say? Oh my gosh, it just left me. A tool.
Doing it for you.
Using it as a tool. Yeah, thank you, Greg. Using it as a tool versus, you using it to completely replace your abilities. So I was wondering how we were focusing on that, how we got from there to, job replacement. Let's focus on AI as a tool. That's why I always ask people, can you show me an example of someone using AI where they're not using it as a tool? Can you do that for me, Krakatoa?
I gave an example earlier about how AI was used as a tool to assist in the process, but
Okay, so give me an example of it not being used as a tool, where someone is using it, but it's not being used as a tool.
generative AI, it is still because
That's not accurate.
okay.
Let
Did you
him
start and then
explain.
realize
Be
that it
quiet.
sounded silly?
I don't appreciate how rude you been, gang.
He's recalibrating, y'all. He's recalibrating. Let's give him silence. We listening.
My fault, I got derailed a little bit.
You have a response for us right now, or can we go to the next person?
You repeat?
Yeah, so you keep mentioning, okay, I hear some keyboards going. So you keep mentioning that AI should be used as a tool, right? And I'm trying to compare it to a situation, or can you provide a use case? Are you putting this in ChatGPT?
Excuse me?
Hey, no, bruh.
Hey, Nopra, good to see you. I just hear some keyboard things typing. Can you give me an example of someone using AI where it's not being used as a tool? They're using it, but it's not being used as a tool.
Because when I made the point, y'all was saying I was getting onto semantics. Because again, I will agree that AI artists are artists in the sense of writers, but the process of finishing a sketch is done completely by the machine. That is not a tool. It is doing the art for you. You wouldn't call a contract artist, or like you wouldn't call the person that hired a contract artist to complete something. The art.
Interrupt you, bro. Like we've defeated every talking point you've come up with. You've conceded the AI artist art, but technically you're just a writer kind of artist and not a drawer. No one gives a shit about all these extra special semantic games that you can continue to play so that you think there's a job waiting for you in the art field. It's not. It's not happening. Stop trying to make fetch a thing. Do you have anything of substance that we can discuss here? Or are you just spinning your wheels?
I really don't understand why you are being so rude when I've been kind to you this entire time. That's so.
It's not. How's that rude? How is he
He's
being rude?
been very
Explain that.
Father. You have been chill the whole time. Y'all don't see how condescending his tone is.
Don't triangulate.
All right, I'll get away from it. I'll get away from it. I'll get away from it.
He's not being condescending. He's just confident and assertive, and his confidence and assertiveness does not necessarily denote being rude. We're having a debate, a discussion, a conversation, and in these types of conversations, sometimes you're gonna kind of get a little braggadocious sometimes about your rhetoric. That is not meant to be rude or personal. He doesn't know you in order to be rude or to care enough about you to be personal with you. Trust me. If Phantom is being rude with you, you definitely know.
We can drop it.
Okay. Well, no, we can drop when I decide that I'm dropping. I'm in the middle of a sentence. You don't interrupt me to tell me what I'm going to say or not to say, or what I'm going to drop or what I'm not going to drop. Okay. So now that part is condescending. You are in this space. You are a guest. Okay, you came in our house.
And you just turned 18, so y'all know how I feel about.
Well, you came into
teenagers.
Dr. Berry's house, and we are guests in her house, and we've invited you in, man. So, and here's the thing, Krakatoa, I like you. I said it earlier. I like you. I love the way you articulate yourself. I appreciate that it's seeing a young BOK person that can actually try to actually comes with some logic, at least, And so I appreciate you. Like most people your age, when we have this discussion, it is not this cohesive and cordial. So please don't take our heatedness as anything other than that, because you're good. You really are. You are a testament to your demographic. I appreciate you, like really, dead ass. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, so hold on, Krakatoa. So to the people in the comments who don't know, he said he just turned 18, and I was hesitant to bring him up on the live. I do not like talking to teenagers on this app. Yeah, that's fair for me to say. And there's nothing wrong with me saying that.
And Krakatoa? Yeah.
Go ahead, Greg. Welcome in.
Yeah. So I came in a little late, so I don't know if, I don't want to repeat something that's already been said, but I want to offer a perspective that maybe you have or haven't heard yet on the job thing. And first of all, what Dr. Berry was saying about it in general, creating more jobs, I think that's absolutely the truth. We're just going to see it. But I think we also want to look at the role of artists in jobs. And very often, the concept of artist and job, they're almost two separate things. And what I mean by that is when you're in a job, the job is to give me an give me some image to punch up an email. Okay. And that's frequently not art in the kind of the truer sense of art. If you're an artist, and it sounds like you are, you maybe it's illustrative or drawing or painting or something in that realm. You're doing that as some sort of expression of things that are inside of you that you want to bring out. And so very, very often when we combine in, there's creating art and selling it. That happens. That's a unique kind of special world, and it's kind of a true, very pure art form kind of thing. And then there's also, I guess you might say, translating some of those skills that you have into just doing something that is commercial. And you are seeing some people that are displaced there. Those are people who, many would say they're not even real artists. They're just using some skill that they have to, whatever. In fact, a lot of it's graphic, right? It's, they're doing some Photoshop, this and that and whatever, and just creating an image, because images spice up a lot of things in the business world. And that's where you're seeing kind of the level of displacement. So it's not, you're getting into a world right now. It sounds like you're young, just getting into it. It is definitely different environment than what you've seen all these years before, or, and maybe not even personally, but just kind of the world that you seem to experience around you. But in many, many ways, you really have many more avenues to express yourself using the AI. And I'll kind of land there. I have a different topic to talk about a little bit later. So.
All right, so
did that make sense, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, go ahead, Krakatoa, you can respond, and then Father Trinity after you.
I see what you mean, but I don't understand when y'all say like there's different avenues, because the avenues that y'all are talking about are completely different than the craft that they train for. You get what I mean? Like with AI,
How so? What, like, give me an example. What do you mean? Like the craft. Okay, what craft does someone train for? Tell me what you meant by that.
Like, for example, I do sketches.
Okay.
What if I've been trying to sell commissions and stuff, but that's just a hard thing to sell people now, because AI, you can just generate exactly what you want for a fraction of the price. Why would anyone ever go to me?
Because the same reason I would have 10 years ago. You buy sketches not because you want that an image. You buy sketches because you like the work, right? That's that artist to selling the art pipeline that I was talking about, that kind of pure thing. That's going to continue. In fact, if nothing else, we might see that becoming more and more valuable, because so much of the drudge work is already being done. Now, a business might want images to spice up emails or something like that, which is a different thing. But what you're talking about, the commissions where someone wants stuff, it's rarely is it, God, I wish I had a picture of a beagle eating a bagel. Hey, maybe this guy can do it for me, right? It's not that they want that. It's that they like your work and they want some of it. Or they see your work and say, man, his style, I want my wife to look like that. I want to see my wife in that style. So that won't change.
To make the argument, let me grant everything that you were saying, sir. Let's say you're a sketch artist, and now it's difficult for you to sell your sketch artist because AI art is here, and who would ever buy from you? I'm just gonna grant that for you completely. Let's say that's 100% the case. How would that make the AI art not art?
I was talking on specifically what Greg brought up.
And I'm asking you this specifically. I'm granting you your point. You're right. AI that took your job. Like, yep, that's exactly what happened. How is AI art not art because of that? I'm agreeing with you now. How is my AI music not actually music? Because you used a drum and mine's selling and yours is not. Like, by what metric are you saying mine isn't art and yours is?
And that point was specifically talking about what Greg said. If you want to get back to the original argument, I can get to that. Again,
I love to watch 18-year-olds dance around questions. I'm granting you your argument. Your argument is, well, what about the other guys who get like to Greg? Greg makes some fantastic points. I'm now asking you a question. I'm granting you everything that you said is 100% true. In this hypothetical scenario, not talking to Greg's point, in this hypothetical scenario where you are right, how is AI art no longer art because you can't sell traditional art? Walk me through that. How is it that you have a little booth with your little sketches and you're charging $5 for a sketch, and the guy next to you's got AI art and his look better and they're in color and in 3D and they're $1 each? How is his not art because you can't sell yours?
I'm kind of surprised I didn't make this point earlier. Didn't y'all say that a person has to make art?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
AI
y'all are
isn't
writers,
operate by
but y'all aren't
itself.
sketchers.
Okay, no,
And since y'all want to agree that the AI isn't making the art, then the final product isn't art.
What
It is
are
art because
prompts?
of
What are prompts, sir?
I'm
Are the
saying
words
that y'all
are
are
the
writers
words
by writing the prompts. Y'all
we
are
came up with
writers.
the vision to
yes.
put
Hold
it
up,
into a
Krakatoa,
prompt.
Krakatoa. Wait. The
The
argument
backtrack.
is not that we are considering ourselves to be painters or sketchers or anything like that. The point is it art? The word art is the operative word here. We're not saying that we are painting because we're not painting, but we are making art. We're not saying we're sketching because we're not sketching, but because we are making art. Okay?
No, Father. Anything but the question. Anything but answer the question because it makes him look foolish and he knows it. So he's gonna just kind of throw anything other than just answering the question.
I answered AI isn't art. If y'all agree that the machine making if y'all agree that a person has to make the art, then the machine isn't making art. You are a writer. You didn't make the final product.
Still not
So
getting it. You're
Krakatoa,
still not getting it. Oh my gosh.
Krakatoa, let's
It's
look
not
at
just a simple tool. It is
Hold on,
replacing the
Krakatoa.
entire
Krakatoa.
process.
Krakatoa. Hold on.
yeah.
Hold on.
Let me
For me, it sounds like he thinks writer and art and artist are like opposing words. Like there's no overlap here.
That's why I agreed that y'all were AI artists earlier, but y'all kept saying I was getting into semantics, so now I'm going to specifically call y'all writers.
We're
Okay,
not.
you know what?
So
Here,
Father
can I
already
ask
said
you-
we're not having that conversation. Like that's a separate conversation to determine what type of artist they are. We're not having that. We're just simply saying, are they artists or not? If you want to dive deeper into what type of artists they are, again, maybe we'll hold a live on that one day in the future. That's not what we're having. That's not the conversation we're having here today. So do you agree that AI artists are artists?
Not artists, but the final product is not art. By y'all definition, because the person did not create the final.
I got a question. So can in this instance, you think so? You don't believe AI art is art, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you believe AI artists are artists.
Yes, because the tool that they are using.
Hold on. Doesn't the presence of art entail that there should be an artist?
Artist and writer.
Sorry,
y'all said it.
Well, let me rephrase this. If you're called an artist, doesn't that entail that you should be creating art?
Or by writing, just not the final product.
I don't think he gets it, y'all.
So,
Go ahead.
Krakatoa, here's where I think the challenges might be. You mentioned a few things. You mentioned illustrator, right? You mentioned writer. You mentioned sketcher, right? all of those are essentially verbs. You're talking about the verb that did something, right? In other words, the action there. So in this case, I think what you want to do is think of the artist as an AI-er. Okay, no one is claiming that they're an illustrator. The end product. If you say that the people using AI as a medium or tool are artists, then just by default, the end product has to be considered art. There are those who would say that no, product is not art, process is the art. But when we do consider a product to be art, then it's anything that comes from an artist, and it's it's the result of that artistic process. Whatever happened, you're absolutely right. It's not an illustration, because an illustrator didn't do it. It's not a painting because it wasn't painted. That verb didn't do it, but it would still be art. Thoughts on that?
My fault. Repeat the last part. I heard
Sure.
everything else. I was reading the comment. My fault.
No, 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 John, no, 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 no,
All
no,
right,
no,
later.
John, no, John, wait.
I'm almost done too. I'm almost at my wit's end. But so here's it sounds like to me where Krakatoa is like drawing a boundary is that he thinks anything where a machine involved in at that point, whatever's created or either transferred to the machine, whatever happens after the machine does its thing, is no longer considered art. And if that was the case, then there would be so many things that humans have created in the past that do not involve AI that would not be considered art, that involve machinery. I don't think you would want to go down that line and start eradicating various forms of art just because a human is not physically involved at that point in the process or involved in that pipeline, that
Y'all
phase of the
said
pipeline.
by definition, it has to be a person that is doing the art. If the final piece is made by a machine, then wouldn't the final product not be considered art?
How about
has to
this?
be
What if something
involved.
comes out of a printer?
Excuse me?
Right? What if something comes out of a printer? The final piece comes from a machine, right?
But you still
did
had
your
to draw
illustrative
it
work.
yourself.
You did your illustrative work, and you printed a copy of your digital work. The final piece came out of a printer. Is that not art by your definition?
It is art because you made it and
Okay.
you transferred it to a different medium. You transferred it to a different
What the
medium.
AI is doing. Oh my god.
The medium is digital art, and again, it was the machine did the final thing, right? That's what did it. So now you have this thing, this physical thing in front of you, and it was a machine that did it. It's still art, and it's the same thing.
But the printer didn't make the digital art.
If what you did was take your vision, right? You had a vision for something, and you knew enough about that vision to not only about that vision, but about the mediums and tools that you're working with, to understand the properties and the limitations of what it can and can't do, how to get it to do exactly what you want it to. Like when you're working with oils, there's certain things you have to do to get it to move certain ways and things. It's the same with these LLMs, right? There's certain various techniques and stuff that you have to do to get them to do certain things. And just as basic as defining the aspect ratio, right? You have to understand the properties and limitations of how these things work in order to get them to create the image that you have in your head. So you're working with it just like a medium, and the end product is the production of your work with that medium or tool, however you want to, depending on how you worked with it. It's still yours, and it's still your art. Just because like that printer or a 3D printer or any other machine at the end part of it, all it did was produce those instructions. Basically, the difference is your instructions were in the form of detailed words versus instructions with a different set of ones and zeros that you sent to a printer that came from, Photoshop or whatever.
A sculptor does not call himself a 3D printer. The printer did not make the digital
How do
art.
you
It
mean that
transferred
digital?
over the digital art to a different medium.
All right, y'all. Hold on,
Okay,
hold
here
on,
you
hold
go,
on.
Krakatoa. I'm gonna say this to you, and then I think we're gonna be done with you this evening. But the reality is that as an artist, you need to understand that the value has never
Hold on. Someone got
that.
some feedback. I got it. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Jeez. Okay. So the reality is that the value has never been around generating the image itself. The value is, as an artist, your perspective, your taste, your storytelling, your brand, your audience, your emotional voice, your world building, your identity. This is why traditional artists who survived technological shifts learn to build value around the art. Okay, this is in response to what you said earlier about it making this art AI making it harder for you as an artist. Now, comic artists build fandoms, right? Animators build studios, musicians build personas, tattoo artists, they build recognizable styles, like Ed Hardy. Photographers survive digital cameras by selling vision and editing and experience and artistic
Later, y'all.
identity. And ooh,
So he got the boot, he got the donut, he was out of here. He was like, listen, I'm gonna try to drop myself before I get dropped. So yeah, Breaker, that was
wait,
courtesy of
no, hold
Breaker.
up, no. Okay, wait, who gave him the boot? Like, I was still talking to you, dude. I was in the mid sentence. You talking about some
He's still
later? Who gave him
listening.
the boot?
He's still listening.
Hey. Okay, anyway, I was talking to that man. Whoever did that, y'all your mom's a hoe. And honestly, generation-based communities, we're always vulnerable to the automation.
I support Breaker in her
Huge portion
decision.
of
He said he's still
well, Rankin, me and
listening.
you gonna fight because I was in the middle of talking to him. Because okay, now shit, y'all, and what the fuck was I saying? Y'all keep getting
I was
my
actually
train
gonna,
of thought.
I Father Trini, I was actually gonna boot him when you were finished, but he ended up dropping himself because he knew it was coming, so he did it prematurely. But
And that's that, and that type of attitude is the reason that your art ain't gonna sell. That shit right there. That shit right there. Literally, you won't stand on 10 toes down on your business and be able to make your presence known in a meaningful way. That is what you need to do as an artist. Because I heard you say you wanted to start a studio, and I want you to do that, Krakatoa. If you're still listening, I need you to promise me that you don't give up and that you do that because we need more BLK representation in animation and in those fantasy spaces. But while you up here trying to disqualify someone else's art, I'm gonna guarantee you, as you go into the future to create this studio, you gonna need AI before it needs you, brother. So you best get used to it, okay? Evolve or die.
whew. Two sanctuary passes. What is that?
Sanctuary.
So that was the thing. I was gonna give, I was letting, because Breaker told me, okay, he got the boot. I was like, okay, cool. Let me just make sure Father Trinity says everything what he needs to say so that Krakatoa can hear and listen. And then, I usually drop them when it's their turn to speak so that, or, if they're not speaking at all, if another guest is speaking. But yeah, I think he was reading the comments and he saw that he was gonna get dropped. So he just went ahead and did it himself.
And the dude in the comments, Danny, trying to say, "Oh no, he said he got Dino. He said he got dropped, but he literally said goodbye before he did it. If he got dropped by someone else, he wouldn't have been able to know that he was going to get dropped. He literally was like, "Bye y'all, goodbye y'all, see you later," and then dropped out. Stop it.
Right.
Stop it.
Exactly. He does have a kind heart for the
Six
youth.
figures. Whoa, six figures in here. Hey, girl.
Hey, Father. Hey, y'all.
Y'all, so Six Figures, we are at the tail end of this, but I did want to just bring you in and see if you had any quick thoughts, and then we have to unfortunately close out for the rest of the day. But just wanted to bring you in, see if you had anything to say.
What? Who is this? Chicago? Oh, Chicago. Oh, yeah, you know me, huh? No, this is interesting. This is creative. I have not seen any. I don't think I've seen anything like this on TikTok, like any type of live like this. So I was like, let me come on here because I'm an AI girly, and I just want to say I don't. The tools themselves, right? Like the AI tools are simply just tools. Like the art is actually the ability to create, tell a story, and convey that story. Like that's really what the art is, your ability to convey a story. And then hopefully, if it's landing with an audience, then in my opinion, it's art. You know, I've seen full blown movies and series created by AI that were amazing. This is one lady, she uses her AI avatar. And when I tell you realistic, like everything she does, get ready with me. I'm on a yacht with my friends. I'm at the football game. I'm at the Chris Brown concert. Like everything is ultra realistic. And her ability to tell a story and like draw you in, right? Like that's art. But just the tools themselves, because there are people like everybody can't tell a story and create it and then be able to convey it. Like, so is AI itself art? No. But the person who is using the tools, I'm like, yeah, if they're using it and they're able to convey that story, then it's art. Like it's literal art. Um yeah, I've heard that argument as well. You taking food out of real artists' mouth, so to speak, things like that. Yeah, I would love to come back and have that conversation. Let me follow.
Yeah, so we've been doing this live topic since September of last year. And if you've been here from the beginning or halfway through, we've been running this live consistently. Like I don't even know how to describe like the way this topic has brought out the ugliness in people. Out of all the topics I've done, and I used to do men versus women topics as it related to tech, right? But this, for whatever reason, this topic here has brought out the ugliness in some folks to the extreme. It's amazing. I don't know. I think John was here from the beginning. Father Trinity, I think you maybe came in halfway. Greg, I don't know what part you came in. It could have been close to the beginning.
Kind of late. Yeah.
Kind of late. Okay. Phantom, I think, was here from the beginning, and they can tell you how this conversation has evolved up until now, where we see people, squirm and swirl around and, lose their heads over us saying, hey, this tool is allowing more people to be creative, allowing people to create more content, allowing them to express themselves. People's heads pop off their shoulders for simply saying that. And I don't know if people are having an existential crisis as it relates to this topic, but yeah, it's been amazing to witness firsthand.
It,
absolutely. I'm sorry. Anyone
Yeah,
else want to comment?
yeah,
Kind of give
I
their
do.
take on what they witnessed. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to correct that. I came in kind of late today, but I've been with you in this journey here for quite a while since way early on.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I thought so.
but
Okay.
yeah. No, I did want to bring one thing to the conversation today, and I'll do it real quick since I know we're ending, but it's kind of new and kind of recent here. Um, and it's something that everyone can look up, and maybe we can talk about it next time too. But someone just posted something on Twitter, and they posted an image and said, "Please describe in as much detail as possible what makes this inferior to a real Monet painting." And some of the contents, some of the comments, there's a certain harshness, no soft blending of colors, no depth, no symbiose of elements. Um, the AI seems to be unable to distinguish plant reflections and submerged plants for one. It's combining tokens and two randomly, and the result is incoherent, muddled, and inconsistent saturated greens. On and on and on. Well, it was a real image of a Monet. And I think it's just really, really interesting to see that this is what we've seen in here over the months too. That there is this,
Projection.
there's this kind of inherent, this immediate sort of bias confirmation thing that people are looking for, and it's just, it's really kind of interesting. So I'd encourage you all, probably if you Google Monet on Twitter, you'll find it somewhere. It's been within the last 2 or 3 days that this happened, and the range of comments are pretty interesting. They get down into the composition. That it doesn't follow the rule of thirds, and it's just amazing stuff that you can't even blame on being a low res image that doesn't show amazing brushstrokes or whatever, but they're down to everything on it. Too much white in the lilies, and it's kind of funny. So
They even complain
some
about
fun
this
for
image
next
in the
time.
background,
Yeah.
right? They say that, oh, well, I don't think there should be red and blue on the canvas because there's black paint on the, I'm sorry, red and blue on the easel. I think that's what it's called. I don't know.
The
Versus
palette,
like,
yeah.
what is it called?
The palette, yeah.
Palette, yes, thank you. Versus just having black paint on the canvas there. I'm like, use your imagination. And even people are complaining about the AI song that's trending because it's AI. They're complaining about it. John and I were talking about it at the beginning of the live. It's what's it called? I am a phenomenal black woman.
Well,
It's a funny song.
next time,
Yeah.
as I say, next time someone complains about the red and blue, tell them, well, this is a typical thing where what they did is they did the core image in inks, and now they're filling in with color.
Exactly. I told them that. I'm like, use your
Yeah.
imagination, y'all. And
Right.
so with that song, right, all of a sudden people have become, music critics, and now they're Timbaland and being a producer and critiquing a song and saying, oh, well, it's not a good song because it doesn't rhyme. I'm like, how many human songs we've created that don't rhyme, that don't have a good beat, and still people still pushed out and y'all dance to it and love it. So they just keep making up stuff just to disqualify it. And they're baseless points.
They liked it before they found out it was AI.
Exactly.
That's the thing. Yep.
They need to switch up on it. So that's how I know it's not true. But remember, we always go back to what the study says. Over 97% of people can't tell the difference between an AI song and a human-generated song. So
And you know what? And when we tell them that, and when we tell them that, the first thing they go is, "Oh my God, that's so scary! Doesn't that scare you? That should scare you. Why? Why should it scare me that machines can make songs? Why am I worried about that? Why should it scare me that machines can make drawings? Am I worried about that? Really?
And
They're
especially
scared.
with songs, because literally every song already exists. It's just math. Someone actually has done that. They went out and they did copyrights for literally every single melody that can exist. And of course, the reason they did that is to help prevent these lawsuits and stuff, because now they did it and it's open source, so artists can't claim, oh, that's my original melody. It's like, no, it's not original. In fact, it's already been copyrighted and it's licensed freely. So get out of here with that.
Exactly.
I mean, they've been using
You know, let me.
freaking. They've been using freaking.
I'm sorry.
all
I'm
of-
sorry. Six figure.
That's okay. I just want to say, like, real quick, they've been using auto tunes for years. Now
Right.
they mad because I'm just saying I don't want to say broke people, but everyday people. Let me just put it that way. Everyday people can run up a bag. You get what I'm saying by just boom, 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 boom. Now the artists are mad, bro. You've been using auto tunes for years. What you think that is? That ain't your real voice. Like, what is we talking about? We ain't had real music since the freaking 60s and 70s with the bands Earth, Wind, and Fire and stuff like that. Like, so it's okay when they do it, right? The rich people do it, the famous people do it, but it ain't okay when the average people do it. Like, make it make sense.
Right, they're literally because they're not because you're right, Six Figure, because they're not going to corporations or protesting outside of data centers. They're coming into Facebook comments. They're coming into TikTok comments. They're coming into this live arguing with us about how they're saving the world from AI. But you're using an app that is literally run by AI. Also, let me tell you something. Alia, whatever the fuck your name is. Baby, let me tell you something. I'm multitasking. You see, I'm up here on the panel. So you thinking that you ate something by saying, oh, and you meant you're like this instead of you're like that. Bitch, you got the time to be sitting here trying to tap out shit like that. I don't. I'm obviously in the middle of something. And also, let me tell you something too. Dr. Berry, could you big screen me? Because Alia thinks that she is so smart, or he are so smart, they are so smart, that they can automatically identify what's AI and what's not. So let me tell you, is this AI or is it not? Alia, can you tell? You're the savant. You're the first unicorn. You're the queen. You're the mother of dragons and queen of the Andales. Is this AI or is it not? Is this AI or is it not, baby? Answer the question.
You in the chat talking shit to everybody. Don't get mad when he comes to you.
Right, she talking shit to everybody. To myself, you're mad that I corrected you.
You
Girl,
didn't
I'm
correct
not mad.
nobody.
I'm not mad. I'm annoyed. You're making my ass burn.
Alia,
You
answer
said
the
that you
question.
could tell.
Answer the question.
You said you could tell, Alia. You said that everybody else that could not tell was dumb, and that you're so smart that you can tell. So since you're so fucking smart, tell me, is this AI or not? You're not answering the question because you don't know, do you?
Cosplays.
Did they answer the question?
AI or not?
Did they answer the question?
I'm unhinged. Like, father is going off.
No, they're too busy trying to tell me how to speak. Well, my name's not baby. Your name's not genius either, because clearly you don't know more than anyone else. You think that you're smart enough to figure it out when 90% of people can't. That is what you said, right, Dr. Berry? 90? What was the percentage?
97%.
97%. Oh, wow. So you're part of that magical 3. So tell me, is this AI 3%? Is it AI 3%? Tell me. Is it AI 3% or not?
They're not
people
gonna
are mad
answer.
about having to be talented. Baby, I am talented. I have more talent in my little finger than you have in your entire body. I can excel at every medium more than you could ever even dream of. I'm good at everything I do.
So
Except for
a limit has been put out there. So Elia, you got two more response to get out before you get muted because you're not answering the question. So Nova's counting down.
Claim. It's right there in black and white. We made the claim in black and white. You said you can tell if it's AI or not.
They're not going to answer. They're too scary.
And she won't answer the question. All right, Alien. So since you're the one that's coping, since you're the one that can't back up your claim that we just saw in black and white up in the comments, since you are unable to authenticate your claims, then clearly you don't need to be claiming them. Not in this space. And the difference between you and me is I got the power. So bye.
Oh, out of there. Okay, man. Oh, see, as much as I work with like AI content and even some of the AI tools, I even know, better to not say I'm gonna tell what's AI and what's not 100% of the time or all the time. I know better than that because I'm like there are some things I do get fooled by, and that is okay to admit that, guys. You're not less than a human. You're not less than an artist if you think something is real, but it turns out to be AI content. It is okay. You will live. You will survive. All right, y'all. Whew. No, we're not. We can't. We're not bringing someone else up because we're closing out the live. John may host an after party. I don't know. Depends on what he has on his schedule. You guys can continue the conversation from there. But on here, I do have to go. But any last words? Any one person who wants to say something to close us out? Yeah, I agree with Breaker. That was amazing. You guys are awesome. Oh, we have another I Am Phenomenal song coming out, but it won't be a Black woman. So stay tuned. It'll be something different. Go ahead, Phantom. I see your box lighting up.
You hear my fan in the background, but I'll take this opportunity for some shameless self-promotion. Father Trinity, I have a task for you if you are willing and able. I've come up with a concept called Soul or Slop, where I will come on live and I will play 3 songs and bet anybody $10 they can't identify which ones are AI. Now to play, you got to pay $10, but if you get it right, I'm gonna also send you $10. Would you be interested in co-hosting this with me?
Ooh, I would love to watch.
You said $10. That's enough for me to get a pick 5 at McDonald's. Hallelujah! I will do it. We'll work for food.
I would love to watch that. When are you hosting that, Phantom?
I don't know when. I came up with art for it. I've been gathering songs from like SoundCloud, because it's very important that you are able to, after you listen to the song, go, well, how do I know there's a real song? You need to be able to Google search it yourself. So I'm looking for like older songs that is no way could possibly have been AI, so they can't lie. And yeah, I'm keeping it steep, because if you're in that 3%, if you really think you can do it because you're so qualified, you should be able to come here and nail all 3 of them with no problem and win $10.
So far, the people we've had do it, at least with 3 songs, we're not able to do it. So
nope, it's never been done. I've never seen it done. So I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is and say you can't do it. Will people be willing to put their money where their mouth is and say they can?
I can tell. Most of the time, I can tell.
So, God,
all right, come on through.
Are you gonna sing the whole song? Everyone be quiet and let him sing.
I don't think Dr. Berry has time for me to sing an entire song, but I will sing my vocal. I will sing a vocal stem that's been in my head all day, like for the past 3 days, like all day. It's real short and it's really, really, really high, so it's gonna trust my vocals.
Finally can eat. This is a late breakfast. Where's my pickup? Go. Oh, I know. Elijah, did you take my thing? Oh, no, I see it. No, not a paper towels. Hey. Aw. Not hiding. Not hide outside. That's what I do to you. I'm gonna treat you as the hideout spot. Your producer what? Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It's not June yet. You got plenty of time. It's not even, oh, it's the 16th. So you got like 2 months. About 2 weeks. What happened after I fell asleep? What did you? Just what? You said you're like 20 feet. That's a lot of feet. We only have one ruler. We also have this. It's the old tape measure I use to see how far my plane went. It measures in inches and feet. I'll show you. This line here shows us how long 1 foot is. This says 1. So this line is 1 foot? That's right. So this is 1 foot, and this is another foot, and this is another foot? Whoa, that's like 3 whole rulers. Oh! You're all right, hush. 1 foot and another foot and another foot is 3. 3 feet. That's right. My gourmet Starbucks coffee. Oh, wait. Hush. Whatever. Boy, hush. Jesus. That's my angle, but yeah, I need to do the border thing. I don't know how to. Yeah, that's the part I don't know how to do. I tried to do it for the walking part. It didn't turn out right. Yeah. No, this is simple. I don't need all the extraness. 9 by 16. Like mommy's hangout corner or mommy's What is happening? This rocket ship is too smooth to fly. I think we're gonna need a new one. Wow, this rocket ship looks even better than the last one. This is the nose. The smoother the nose, the farther it goes. This would reach the record. 3
What'd you say? The owl cup is yours. Oh, you. Yes. Hi, Reese. Hey, good morning. One of a kind. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. That's my bestie. Yeah, I've known her since middle school. Oh. Don't you dare be mean to her. No. Son, I don't know what kind of day we're gonna have. What's wrong with her post? Me? Oh my god, not you falls.
More than Starbucks. Good pastry.
Hi. What happened? What?
He said you got to clean up your content.
Me? Hold on, let me step outside so I can hear. Hold on. What do you mean? Who is this? Hello?
I don't think Reese is a mom. Oh, she is. Mother of three. My bad.
Wait.
Happy belated Mother's Day.
Wait, talking about clean up our what's clean up our contact? What? Okay, what's wrong with my page? Let me know, okay? You gonna help me make millions? I'm trying to figure out where this come from. You the big boss?
He's an
You the big
agent. He's
boss.
a TikTok agent.
Okay. Happy Saturday. I don't know how to do
You look
that.
so cute.
Thank
Look
you.
at you. Okay, cutie.
Not him, man. He said her. He said him. He said him.
Oh, my bad. I can't stand you. She
Okay, so
looks
where are
so
you from?
cute. She
I
got
need to
her
get to
hair
know, like, what?
done.
Listen, I got no kids this weekend. I'm not a mommy.
Dang. We're looking.
I miss my bun.
Oh God. Oh. Don't pull me up too. Mute me? Okay, hold on. I don't know how to do that. Oh, found it.
Okay, so where is it at? Okay. Um. Oh, okay. I see it. Okay, I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay. And then if I go, oh, there it is. Okay. 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 So basically, I need my own TikTok versus my family talk with my children. I need to separate my children from myself. So like the little things that I got, I know somebody was telling me that I can put the things that we buy on TikTok. I tried that before and they took it off one of the videos. So how do I get that if we bought it from TikTok and I'm like my baby is presenting it? How do you do that? It's the one that the little girl at the microwave. What do you mean the TikTok shop? Have me go up in here and clean up some stuff. Hi, Rhonda.
Hey, Rhonda, baby, did you get your homework done?
Is he sleepy?
And she got her hair braided. That's where I need to be at.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
What's
Thank you. Yeah. Sì, domani tocca a tutti. Sì.
See, you got us in class this morning. See, you got us in class this morning, honey.
Yeah. Yeah, so y'all can make some
You
money.
got us in,
They just
yo,
dragged me
just,
into it.
yeah, like, whoa, I'm sitting
That
here discount tires.
look, he usually charged for this, so this is free.
I'm trying to figure out, whoa, you just finding people. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I just normally just click on people. When they say follow back, I just normally do all that. But now, okay, let me go back in. I'm gonna do that. You gone, you gone, you gone.
Oh, not you gone. Yeah, you talking about Reese?
This me. You already did me.
That,
We didn't keep up like you said, and go for sport. But now we need to keep up more. Can you help us? Yo, sure you don't want to watch the game with your dad? Please, come on, Dad. Okay. What do you need me to do? Help us get sports stuff. All the sports stuff. Okay, I added more parts to Manny's diagram to show how to make it even bigger.
okay.
The battery. The battery. Went to the battery shop. And see, where's my picture? Really? Yeah. Okay. You found him? You found him? What you were looking for? What is that? It's nice. He did good. How you doing?
Oh, okay.
Really? I like it.
Huh? I thought I was done.
Did you just say a paragraph and a half?
Well, that mean y'all for the holler.
Okay, Chat GPT told me to put it there, so that's what I did.
That's good.
Okay, I got you.
That one is crazy. Really? I like the lake, the boat. Yes.
I'll figure it out.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Now, what should I put in my bio based on my 90-day thing?
Yeah, a checklist. We can write down what we need to do and check it off when we're done. Good memory. We're gonna organize this checklist
Oh, okay, okay.
two ways. First, you can write down each room and then list what you need to drop off beside that room. Oh, then we can remember where to go.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm gonna do that. Oh, shit. There you go. Okay, I'm learning. You would have thought I'm new to this.
I mean, I am new to this.
I did this for years. I forgot everything. Hi.
I'm hungry. I don't know what I want to eat today.
You should have came over here. I would have had pancakes, bacon.
I said that in your live. It was like, I guess I was driving the backside of Nightdale. It cut out.
Oh yeah, I didn't
I was
hear
like,
that.
I want a sauce. I want a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich.
Girl, that's not what I made.
I don't care. That's what I wanted. A bacon, egg, cheese sandwich.
You try to get something outside of the breakfast menu.
Hey, that's what I want. I really want a tuna fish sandwich. A really good tuna fish sandwich.
It's too early for that. Oh my god, it's 12. I didn't realize
You
it was 12
slow.
already.
Yeah, baby.
I just woke up.
Okay, I've been at this discount. I thought they were gonna be in and out. I'm still sitting here.
You at the one down the street in Nightdale?
Yeah.
Oh, you down the street from me.